Chapter 1437. The demonic god liquid was sparse and sparkling. It was like colorful dewdrops rolling down the cracked mountain, gathering together and sinking into the depths of the danger zone. The great sage desired it. The elders of the god realm were also hopeful. Everyone wanted to obtain it and used all kinds of methods to obtain it. In fact, the divine elder had a chance of obtaining it. They activated the killing array diagram together and landed on the mountain peak, allowing them to get close to the demonic god liquid. However, things weren't as simple as they imagined. The ancient coffin emitted Tao waves that deterred the divine array diagram. The emperor corpse didn't allow the extreme Tao weapons to get close to it. This was a form of self-protection. On one side was the corpse of the ancient great emperor, and on the other side was the ancient great emperor's weapon. When the two met, they naturally wouldn't give way. It was difficult for them to get close to each other. The divine elder was anxious. This opportunity couldn't be missed. It might only come once in a lifetime. They rushed forward with all their might, but in the end, they failed. The huge stone coffin rumbled, and the Tao waves collided with the array diagram, forcing them to retreat immediately. What a pity, what a pity! Everyone sighed. The demonic god liquid couldn't be stopped. All of it sank into the depths of the danger zone. There might be people inside. This was the guess of the sages. Light flashed in their eyes. Without a doubt, the current battlefield was in this danger zone. The experts of the god realm and the great sage from the outer realm all wanted to enter. Other than that stone coffin, the demonic god liquid had also become their target. The god realm is empty. Can we think of a way to attack? Longma said softly. After observing for many days, he had a good understanding of the danger zone and the god realm. He naturally knew that Yi Fan had a great killing weapon on him. It was also a coffin. If he used it, he might be able to break through the god realm, barge in and snatch away the ancient tree of life. That's right. Yi Zi has the 9-layered coffin from the mythical era. Maybe we can really succeed. Pang Bo was also tempted. In the past, when they broke through the Yuhua god dynasty's territory, Yi Fan obtained a palm-sized coffin there. It was also a 9-layered coffin. It was said that there was a god buried in this coffin. This was because the sacred prince said that it had appeared in the primordial era. It almost wiped out an ancient race and was buried in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan took out the small coffin. It was simple and unadorned, and nothing could be seen from it. He rubbed it with his hand. Back then, killing Saint Chi Luo had told him to throw it away or bury it in the starry sky, but he had always kept it on him, not listening to his advice. At this moment, the golden lion, the 9-tailed crocodrogon, the black bear saint, and the others were all moved. Their eyes were burning with passion. Perhaps now was the best time to charge into the divine realm. The person buried in this small coffin might not be a great emperor. It's hard to say if it can suppress a cursed god territory, Yi Fan said. Longma almost raised his 4 hooves and said, "How would we know if we don't try? Let's throw caution to the wind today. We'll raid the divine realm before the great sage. Don't be anxious. Currently, the divine domain and the outer realm saints are in a stalemate. It's hard to break this balance in a short period of time. We can take action at any time. I still feel that there is great danger in this place. It is better to observe for a period of time," said Yi Fan. It was not without reason that he made this judgment. One had to know that in the ancient mythological realm, the leaves of the ancient tree of life had once fallen on an island reef to raise the ancient beasts of the starfield. This kind of method was horrifying. Raising a herd of ancient beasts across a star realm always made people feel uneasy. And now, they saw the ancient tree of life taking root in the divine domain. It must have been done by someone there, but there was no information about it until now. Yi Fan felt that the divine domain might have some secret that had not been revealed until now. The others also calmed down after hearing this. They felt that there must be some secret that no one knew about. Pang Bo frowned and said, "Perhaps the ancestors laid down a formation countless years ago. Once the ancient tree of life's leaves fall, it might be transmitted into the ancient mythological realm through that formation. I believe that the present heroes of the divine domain might not know of the arrangements made by our ancestors." This was not impossible, but to be safe, Yi Fan and the others felt that they should just observe quietly. It was not yet time to fight. Sure enough, less than half a month later, something confirmed some of their speculations. The divine domain was unfathomable. Just recently, there was a great sage who took action, carrying out a thunderous strike. He carried the legendary archaic ancestral artifact and slaughtered his way into the divine domain, almost making that place collapse and collapse. It could be said that this was a great shock. No one expected that there would be a foreign great sage who brought in such a powerful ancestral artifact. Even though the power of this type of ancient artifact was difficult to judge and definitely couldn't compare to emperor weapons, there were still some that were exceptionally terrifying. Normally speaking, this type of ancient artifact was a race's most powerful divine object. It had been passed down since ancient times and was an inextinguishable supreme treasure. This great sage was extremely patient. He had hibernated for so many years and had never taken it out. At the crucial moment, he went alone to cut off the divine domain's path of retreat. He wanted to succeed in a single battle. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment. He shattered the divine domain's most ancient mountain. He never expected that at the final juncture, the divine domain's most ancient divine mountain would split apart. 4 streaks of killing sword energy radiance hacked out, shattering that ancestral artifact on the spot. This great sage also died miserably. His body and soul were both erased. When news spread out, the entire world was shaken. The divine domain had such a terrifying divine artifact, and not even they knew about it. He has crossed the line, actually wanting to destroy that mountain. You have to understand that in the eyes of the divine domain's people, that mountain status is the same as the Buddhist Mount Meru. Quite a few people shook their heads. It was precisely this matter that rang an alarm bell for everyone. The divine domain's waters were deeper than they had imagined. It was hard to say what kind of arrangements their ancient ancestors had laid down. All of the cultivators in the divine domain were stirred up. They searched through the most ancient divine mountain, but they didn't find the most powerful killing sword. There was only a single Tao pattern that seemed to be able to be activated at the crucial moment. It connected to another region and borrowed sword might. The current divine domain was no longer an impregnable fortress. This type of news couldn't be hidden. It quickly spread to the outside world, making everyone think deeply. It's connected to the ancient celestial being's life spring. It can borrow the killing might of the 4 swords there. The great sage who came from the outer region made a judgment in the first moment. This was rather troublesome. If one wanted to break through the divine domain, they had to have an emperor weapon. Moreover, it had to be done when the numinous treasure celestial being's killing formation diagram left the divine domain. Otherwise, it would truly be impossible to completely suppress it. Could it be that everything was done by the numinous treasure celestial being to restrict the divine domain and at the same time allow them to protect themselves? Where did the divine domain come from? Rumor has it that during the battle of the mythological era, some remnants of gods and devils were imprisoned here. This place was cursed and became a cage. It's fine as long as it's not the true 4 killing swords. There should be a way to break through it. Yi Fan and the others felt apprehensive. It was indeed correct to keep calm at the crucial moment. Otherwise, if they had gone to test the waters, they might have suffered heavy casualties. With such a thing happening in the divine domain, a few divine elders drove the killing formation diagram back. They wanted to use the diagram to link with the killing swords and summon the sword's true body over. Unfortunately, they failed. Those formation patterns didn't react at all. On this day, a great change occurred in the danger zone. The great sage seized this rare opportunity and moved out in full force. They launched the most terrifying attack, breaking through the divine demon mountain range and killing their way in. This mountain peak wasn't destroyed. It was like a living earth dragon crawling in all directions, opening up many paths for them. Everyone rushed in. Holding a mountain in a mustard seed, the ancient coffin can be seen but cannot be reached. The great sage was shocked. The depths of the danger zone contained the unfathomable laws of space. The great void was condensed into one. This forbidden zone looked very strange. Once they took a step, it was as if they were in a vast continent. The people saw the stone coffin, but they couldn't get close. With every step they took, they might enter a cosmic void. This place was very strange. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He said, "This is undoubtedly the ancient coffin of the Void Emperor. This is his great Tao law that refined the cosmic void. Even a small place can be as vast as the ocean, let alone this place which is originally so vast." The divine domain's elders attacked again, but it was too late. The great sage went deep in. Their target was the ancient coffin. Moreover, they scattered and walked between the special Tao patterns of the 9-layered coffin. The divine elders couldn't activate the killing formation diagram, so they could only go deep into this vast continent. Their true bodies entered to search and kill the enemies. This is truly a good place. One day, if my divine might is unrivaled, I will definitely make this the most sacred ancestral ground of my primordial god and devil lineage. Xianxia laughed and disappeared in a flash. He entered the depths of the ancient continent. He was here for the god and devil lineage. Not long after, the earth corpse appeared in another direction. He gritted his teeth and jumped into a large crack. There was blood gushing out from there. To his corpse Tao, this was a precious cultivation ground. My Tao, my technique, if I devour everything here, I might become a true god. The heaven-swallowing beast swept its gaze around and disappeared in a flash. It entered the depths of the ancient land. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others also entered. They couldn't come in for 20 years, but today, the great sage worked together and finally blasted open the danger zone, allowing them to enter for the first time. This place was very vast, and the terrain was also very complicated. It was unfathomably deep. All of this was created by the stone coffin and the ancient talismans of the graveyard of gods and devils. After entering, they found many suspicious points. They saw traces of people living here for a long time, and they even saw a golden plume feather. It was left behind by the divine bird they saw 20 years ago. For the next 7 to 8 days, the heroes carefully explored on their own. There were no unforeseen events. The terrain here was very complicated, and no one dared to be careless. A little carelessness could cause them to lose their way. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and gradually comprehended the Tao here. It was because he had obtained the Void Emperor's chessboard transport formation. There were great mysteries hidden within the interweaving formations. Half a month later, Yi Fan could bring Pang Bo, Longma, and the others with large steps. They quickly went deeper and didn't have to worry about encountering Qi Tian, creatures, and the others. Hung Long. Heaven overflowing sounds of water could be heard. After entering several hundred li, they saw a majestic silver waterfall that cascaded down from 1,000 zhang tall cliff. Mist pervaded the air below, and the sound of water rumbled like thunder. There was a figure there with his back towards them. He was currently practicing the fist technique. Every fist he released would cause the great Tao to rumble. A bright moon hung high above his head like a divine disk, dazzling and resplendent. This was a valiant man who was currently comprehending the Tao and comprehending his own technique. He had entered a state of selflessness. Brother Hao Yue. Pang Bo was stunned, and then he revealed a look of ecstasy. He never thought that he would actually meet Ji Hao Yue. Even though his back was facing them, he definitely wouldn't mistake him. Wait! Yi Fan pulled him back and said, Ji Hao Yue should be in this forbidden region, but this isn't his true body. What are you talking about? Pang Bo was startled. Look at the deep pool where the waterfall falls. It's strange. This might be the legendary divine soul pool. Yi Fan was on high alert, and his expression was incomparably grave. Chapter 1438. The spiritual pond had always been mysterious and only existed in legends. It was said that it could copy a person's soul and recreate it. Yi Fan stepped onto the starry sky ancient path. Whenever he arrived at a place, the first thing he did was to collect all types of ancient texts and understand all types of anecdotes from past to present. It was because he discovered that the secrets related to the flying immortals were only occasionally seen in the most ancient secret news. That was why he had read the description of the spiritual pond. The water in the pond was the soul liquid. It did not reflect the surroundings but only the soul. Inside the spiritual pond, the silver liquid flowed like mercury. Then it was the golden liquid, shining brightly. In the end, it was the transparent liquid. It kept changing and flowing. The golden soul, the silver soul, and the strange liquid. This is the composition of the spiritual pond. I can't be wrong, said Yi Fan. He was observing the changes in the pond. The golden liquid, the silver liquid, and the transparent liquid did not appear all the time. They would only appear after a long time. If one was not paying attention, they would be easily ignored. The pond was deep. The silver waterfall from above smashed into the pond, stirring up waves of mist that covered the entire place. Is it dangerous to Brother Hao Yue? Asked Pang Bo. Yi Fan said, It's hard to say. This thing is too mysterious. I don't think anyone knows how to use it. I heard that it can recreate a person's soul and make it look real. Someone tried to create a second spiritual soul but failed. Pang Bo sent out a strand of his soul consciousness to get closer. He found that there was a strong force in the pond that was trying to pull his soul consciousness in. Don't get close. There is a saying that the spiritual pond was formed by the souls of countless ancient powerful warriors. They were smelted together and turned into liquid, reminded Yi Fan. Souls can turn into liquid? That's strange. Longma and the others were impressed. This thing could get close, but it required a physical body. Otherwise, a pure soul would be melted immediately and become part of the soul liquid. This also showed the importance of the physical body. The physical body was the shell of a god that protected the soul. Anyone who wanted to become the strongest would need a strong and immortal body. Yi Fan said, "These are all left behind by the calamity of longevity." There is an ancient record that states that the soul pool was created by the experts of the mythological era to study the flying celestials and the immortal. Everyone sighed softly. The more they cultivated, the more they felt that the path ahead of them was getting narrower. In the end, the biggest problem that all the supreme geniuses faced was immortality. Almost every great emperor and celestial being had to do their best to become a celestial. This should be a maze set up by Jianghu and the others to protect themselves, deceiving the enemies who entered by mistake. It seems that they sensed the chaos outside. Silence. They quickly stopped talking because someone was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Several beams of divine light pierced through the sky and attacked the figure on the spirit pond. They wanted to subdue him in one fell swoop. If Jianghu was here, there would be a problem because these people were all young supreme geniuses and extremely powerful. The 3 Langjuns of the Golden Snake Clan, the Gold-Eating Beast, and a few others had never seen them before. This was because the discovery of the Tree of Life in the mythological ancient region had shaken the galaxy even further away. In the process of searching for the Divine Bridge, more ancient star regions had joined in. It was also at that time that there were more powerful cultivators. Obviously, they wanted to capture Jianghu and force him to tell them what happened in the danger zone. They believed that he might have obtained the divine demon liquid. Everyone attacked together, wanting to succeed in one strike. In the blazing light, 3 3-meter-long golden snakes passed through the body. The others did the same. They hit their target, but it was as if they had hit nothing. These despicable things are so cruel. They wanted to destroy Brother Hao Yue's physical body and only left a primordial spirit, Pang Bo said in a low voice. Ah! One of them cried out miserably. He extended his divine senses to scan all directions, but due to a moment of carelessness, his soul was pulled out and fell from the forehead into the divine soul pool. This was a terrifying scene. This person was a supreme being on an ancient path and was unrivaled in his generation. Yet now he was so weak. His primordial spirit fell into the pool, turned into liquid, and was smelted within. This was like a copper furnace. Raging flames burned, turning the ice-cold metal body into liquid, destroying its original form. What is going on? The gold-eating beast and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't help but back up. One of them didn't understand what was going on. He mistakenly thought that there was a great enemy spying on them and plotting against them. He used his most powerful divine senses to search, but in the end, he similarly cried out in alarm. His primordial spirit was pulled out. In that instant, his primordial spirit was dissolved and turned into soul liquid. Just like the first person, his name was forever erased from this world. His spirit was destroyed here. Don't use your divine senses. There's something wrong with this pool. It's called the Divine Soul Pool. It was created by those who wanted to become immortals for the sake of longevity. Extraordinary power can be used against it, Golden Snake Lord Master shouted. The Golden Snake bloodline was the descendant of the flying serpent, so they knew a lot of stories and secrets. After observing the ancient pool, he immediately made the correct judgment. Everyone backed up, revealing a shocked expression. This divine soul pool is really not bad. It's very useful. It's simply the best place to trap and kill a great enemy, Pang Bo said in a low voice. Longma expressed his agreement. How long had it been? 2 of the most powerful young experts of a region had fallen just like that. Yi Fan warned, this kind of thing is difficult to take away. It's seen as an inauspicious thing. Since ancient times, those who took away the divine soul pool ended up being melted inside. None of them had a good ending. The divine soul pool, the reincarnation lake, and the flying immortal waterfall were as famous as the reincarnation lake. It was recorded in the ancient books that these things were not to be trifled with. They were all related to longevity and were all man-made creations. Yi Fan, Crazy Ol, Li Heishui, Little Nan Nan, and the Black Emperor had seen the reincarnation lake when they charged into the sacred cliff. At that time, everyone wanted to see it, but they were stopped by Crazy Ol. Now, he saw the divine soul pool again. This made Yi Fan's heart restless. He really wanted to dispel the mystery of the Age of Legends and see what methods those great ancient people used to become immortals. Golden Snake Lord Master sneered. This person is very cunning. He only left a soul fluctuation here, and we lost 2 great experts. Don't let me find out. Once we find him, we will destroy his soul, the Metal Eater added. This place is not bad. We can set it up. Perhaps we can use it to destroy the holy physique of the human race. We can even kill the Grey Flood Dragon and the Golden Toad, Golden Snake Lord Master said gloomily. The young supreme beings were extremely powerful, but in a situation where the great sage also descended, they could only choose to avoid each other. They didn't dare walk together, or else they might be killed. This was especially true for the Golden Snake Clan's 3 Lord Masters, the Grey Flood Dragon, the Golden Toad, and the others. They were mortal enemies, so they had to be even more careful. There is a void imprint here, left for a special person. Everyone, help me detain it. Golden Snake Lord Master said. When these young supreme beings heard this, they all stared blankly. Then, they revealed strange expressions. They all took action, grabbing towards the void together. With a hong-long sound, radiance flourished, and an imprint appeared. Old friend of the Big Dipper, halt. Do not use your divine will. There was only a single sentence, warning them of the dangers here. Golden Snake Lord Master sneered cruelly and said, It's the Big Dipper again. It must be an old friend of the human race's holy physique. I will definitely kill him. He personally arranged the martial arts in front of the Divine Soul Lake, replacing Jianghu Yue's position. He left behind a lifelike figure, and then he erased those words. Mother Ker, if you want to kill us, then get rid of them first. Longma said fiercely. Yi Fan stopped it. These people weren't good people, and not a single one of them was easy to bully. If they fought a great battle, it would definitely be world-shaking, and it might even attract the great sage. At that time, they would definitely be in danger. In reality, they didn't even have the chance to attack. Golden Snake Lord Master brought out the Flying Dragon formation diagram and brought everyone away. Do we need to make some arrangements as well to get rid of bastards like Chi Tian and the Grey Flood Dragon? The Green Luan asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, There's no need. Let's just let these people do what they want. All of the bad debts will be put on them. They had the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so they could hide in the mountain ridges without worrying about exposing their auras. Even if the great sage passed by, it would be hard for them to detect him. After a short pause, they continued on their way. Hung Long. As soon as they walked out several hundred li, a loud sound rang out from behind them. The mountains collapsed and the earth split. The great sage roared, shattering rivers and mountains. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Someone had really fallen for it, and it was unexpectedly fast. They quickly returned along the path they came from and stood on a towering peak. It was actually the Grey Flood Dragon, and he almost died. His primordial spirit was pulled out. At the crucial moment, he severed himself and cut off a quarter of his primordial spirit to escape. Flying Dragon, it's time for your bloodline to be wiped out. Don't think I don't know where your ancient star region is. The Grey Flood Dragon roared. Heh, I hope this Grey Flood Dragon will be even more powerful in the future and descend upon the Flying Dragon ancient star region, Longma said with schadenfreude. The Grey Flood Dragon remained silent for a long time. In the end, he also left behind a figure and replaced Golden Snake Lord Master to attract attention. This has become a vicious cycle. Whoever was tricked will want to continue tricking others. I really don't know who will die because of this, Pangbo said. They entered deep into this ancient land and saw all kinds of void formation patterns. For others, they might get lost if they didn't have ancestral artifacts and other things. However, for Yi Fan and the others, it wasn't difficult at all. Along the way, they found many clues. They saw traces left behind by people comprehending the Tao, and they even found a few caves that had been inhabited in the past. There's the aura of demonic god elixir here. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They made a new discovery. In front of a precipice, someone had carved out a stone basin. It was extremely large, and bathing in it was definitely not a problem. There were sparkling drops of demonic god elixir inside. Apart from this, there were also some strands of hair and cracked old skin. This discovery made them suck in a breath of cold air. Someone had shed their mortal body and exchanged their bones here, undergoing a transformation. This was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. Legend had it that only the undying medicine had this kind of effect. It was just like what happened to Yi Fan and Pang Bo back then. They picked divine medicine fruits from the ancient Forbidden Land and were reborn, recovering their youth. The demonic god elixir is so heaven-defying. They couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan activated his Genesis technique, and patterns appeared on the ground. The light flowed through the hair and old skin. He sensed a familiar aura and confirmed the person's identity. Jianghu, it's really him. He actually obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity to use the demonic god elixir to refine his soul bone and undergo a rebirth. Yi Fan sighed softly. Sure enough, everyone had their own opportunities. The Eastern Wasteland divine physique had chased after the Void Emperor's ancient coffin and was brought here. He had actually obtained a kind of fortune. Look, there's more here. Longma could be said to be filled with jealousy and hatred. The demonic god elixir hadn't been too far away in the past 20 years, but it just couldn't be obtained. In the end, someone in the danger zone had used it to refine his soul body. This stone basin was even larger, reaching 6 meters in length. There were a few remaining liquid drops, but most of them were golden divine feathers. They were like clusters of burning golden flames. Without a doubt, a divine bird had undergone nirvana here and evolved into an even more powerful body. It shed its former divine feathers and old skin. Not far, they should be nearby, said Pang Bo. Chapter 1439. The group continued forward. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to survey the terrain and find many valuable clues. 2 days later, Yi Fan used his Genesis technique to find a pool made of stalactite milk in the belly of a mountain. There was demonic god's elixir, as well as hair and old skin inside. Jianghu and the others had cultivated here. Moreover, the traces of this place were obvious. It seemed that someone had lived here a few dozen days ago and had just left. The cracked human skin on the ground was sparkling and full of a powerful aura. Arcs of lightning flickered and crackled. It was extremely mystical. This was shocking. The old skin was not crippled at all. Even after several dozen days, it was still full of vitality and divine power. This was enough to prove its owner's strength. Brother Hao Yu's cultivation is very strong. He must have entered the Saint King realm long ago. He is a well-known figure here. I think his strength is enough to contend against young supreme beings. Pang Bo picked up a piece of sparkling skin and said after looking at it. There is no justice in this world. The Void Emperor's coffin personally opened the way and pulled his descendants to travel through the universe's great treasures and divine lands. Longma could only feel envy and jealousy. The others were also gritting their teeth. During the mythological era, the 9-layer ancient coffin opened the way and pulled the Ji siblings to a treasure land, allowing them to obtain the demonic god's elixir and other things. It was truly shocking. The golden bird feathers were also extraordinary. They were accompanied by bursts of lightning and crackling sounds. It was as if a pile of gold was being struck by lightning. Could it really be that little guy from back then? He has actually grown to this level. It is truly astonishing. Yi Fan stared at these divine feathers and muttered to himself. The feathers shed by this golden divine bird have a strong smell of phoenix blood. The black bear saint sniffed the golden feathers on the ground and said, "Rumble." The sounds of fighting came from afar. Several divine elders appeared. It was unknown who was so unlucky to be found by them. Once they encountered them, even the great sage would suffer a tragedy. That was because the spirit treasure celestial beings killing array diagram was unstoppable. If one encountered them, they could only flee as far as possible. If they were even the slightest bit slower, they would die without a doubt. There was a cloud of rubble, accompanied by a bloody light that overflowed into the heavens. It was obvious that someone had suffered a calamity. After the bloody mist dispersed, peace was gradually restored. Yi Fan said, "Most of the great sage and the divine elder are going for the stone coffins, so we won't run into them when we look for the Ji siblings." The Void Great Emperor's ancient coffin was extremely strange. There were Tao patterns all around it, and it seemed to have fused with the void universe. Unless one was a deity, it would be extremely difficult for them to truly enter. They would always get lost in the void. Yi Fan used a Genesis technique to survey the landscape and search for the aura of the fiend god liquid. He used this to track the siblings and the divine bird. More and more clues pointed to his old friend hiding in the depths of the danger zone. He seemed to be using the fiend god elixir to cultivate, and at the most crucial moment, he didn't want to be discovered. At the same time, they also discovered a serious problem. Golden Snake Prince, Gold-Eating Beast, Tion, and other young supremes were also appearing. They might encounter Ziyue and the others. If it's not Sanggu, then it's Xinlan leading the way. They are the descendants of the primordial fiend gods and are most sensitive to the aura here. It might be very easy for them to search for the fiend god elixir seriously. After determining this situation, Yi Fan couldn't stay calm anymore. He used the Genesis technique to the extreme, making the sun, moon, rivers, and mountains tremble. He followed the aura of the precious liquid and got closer to his old friend. 2 days later, they heard a strange sound. A mountain was shaking, and the formation patterns were spreading like ripples. It was obvious that someone was attacking the Tao Earth. The aura of the fiend god elixir. Yi Fan's expression changed. He rushed forward, his speed fast to the extreme. He crossed the towering mountains and precipitous ridges, arriving at a place where ancient trees flourished. A large black mountain towered there. Not a single blade of grass grew on the mountain. The formation patterns spread out, releasing streak after streak of brilliant multicolored light. The goddess of the god race Xinlan, the stone man Holy Spirit, the copper ant king, and a few others he didn't recognize had barged into this place. They were currently attacking this black mountain, erasing many of the Tao patterns and causing its entire body to crack. This wasn't a place where the corpses of fiend gods were buried, so there naturally weren't any primordial fiend gods' profound mysteries. However, there was a great formation carved on it that merged with the void great cosmos. This is a technique from the void imperial scripture. It is similar to the formation patterns on the chessboard. Yi Fan recognized it with a glance, discovering the profound mysteries within. Even though this great formation was complex and profound, it still couldn't withstand the attacks of many young experts. Cracks began to appear. These people were all sovereigns of their respective regions, kings on their respective ancient paths. It should be laid down by the Ji siblings. Could it be that they are inside the mountain? Rumble. Rubble flew into the clouds, and smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This mountain was struck until it split into pieces. The formation patterns were finally completely erased, and the mountain collapsed with a rumbling sound. The stone man, Shenlan, the copper ant king, and the others, which one of them was a bandit? All of them were exceptional figures of the younger generation. If they weren't holy spirits, then they were from the god race. They were supreme deities, and few could contend against them. When they joined hands, it was naturally world-shocking. Perhaps even the great sage would frown. After all, this was a group of people, and not just one or two. In the future the world would be theirs. Rumble. The black mountain collapsed. Yi Fan felt a familiar aura. He walked out from the darkness, and his entire body emitted golden blood energy. With every movement, it was as if he was moving the sun, moon, and stars. He was like an ancient divine lord. He stopped everyone, fearing that the old friends inside the mountain would be injured. "It's you! You dare block our way!" The stone man and Yi Fan had a grudge. Everyone in the younger generation knew about this. Ever since they entered the ancient legend domain, there had been more than one conflict. The main reason was naturally because Yi Fan had killed a holy spirit in the past, and his body was cursed. Even though the cursed divine ring was slowly being erased, the holy spirit race could still sense it. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He didn't reply to his words, and instead swept his gaze over everyone, looking down on the world. In this place, there were all kinds of divine and demonic essence buried underground. He could use origin techniques, and even if the experts surrounded him, he had no fear. He wasn't afraid of a group battle. Moreover, there weren't as many people as he had imagined. There were only 8 or 9 of them. If the Ji family siblings were here, along with Pang Bo Longma, and the others, they would be able to dominate this group of enemies. "Yi Fan, I've always hoped that you would join my race. Have you considered it? Why are you blocking our way now?" Shenlan asked. Her body was sparkling, and she was enveloped by the divine ring. She was dazzling, and she truly resembled a goddess. There are my old friends inside the mountain, and I don't want anything to happen to them. Yi Fan calmly spoke. Hand over your life. After searching for you for 20 years, I couldn't find you. Today, I'll send you on your way. The golem was the first to rush over. This race was synonymous with being unrivaled. There were truly few who could match them within the same cultivation level. Wang Long. Yi Fan brandished his fists. His left hand was a tiger, and his right a dragon. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger were deafening. These were two immortal spirits of the four divine beasts, and they were transformed into his fists. The might of the dragon and tiger contending for supremacy was displayed, suppressing all four directions. Under the dazzling brilliance, his fist collided with the palm of the Holy Spirit. They directly collided head-on, and the shockwave sent the young supreme experts flying. In the present age, who dared to compare the toughness of the body with the Holy Spirit? Perhaps only the human race with the Holy Spirit physique could directly clash head-on like this. The Holy Spirit was immortal, and its body was tough. It was difficult to break through, but at this time, the golem released a muffled groan. Its right fist cracked, and blood splashed everywhere. Then with a pu sound, its entire arm exploded. This was a type of great power. It wasn't that such a powerful Holy King-level golem couldn't even block a single move from Yi Fan, but rather that both of them had used their wild power to the extreme, and victory or defeat could be decided in 3 to 5 moves. This was a collision of bodies, a confrontation of the great Tao. Life and death were decided in an instant. The others were shocked. The Holy Spirit that reigned supreme over the world with its body was actually not the enemy's Holy Spirit physique. This made them feel extremely powerless. After not seeing him for 20 years, Yi Fan's blood and qi had become even more boundless and boundless. He was simply unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan pressed forward, wanting to kill the Holy Spirit and take its head. However, at this time, the others also made their moves. After all, they were working together to fight against a common enemy. Hong. Yi Fan didn't say anything else. He didn't exchange blows with so many people, and instead directly used his Genesis technique, shifting the mountains and rivers and making the sun and moon dim. Not good, retreat. Someone shouted loudly, seeing some clues. This place became unfathomable. All of the mountains and rivers seemed to respect Yi Fan, placing him in the most advantageous terrain. Formation patterns appeared. In the end, there was still someone who was a step too slow. Yi Fan took action, smashing forward murderously. 3 punches were released in succession, blasting that person apart, turning him into a bloody mist. Hong! At the same time, he chased after the golem again, shattering its other arm. Holy Spirit blood scattered everywhere, creating a ghastly sight. At the crucial moment, the Copper Ant King took action, assisting him, allowing the golem to escape disaster. His face was ashen, his expression overcast to the extreme. He retreated to the back. If you want to live in the future, don't appear in front of me, and even more so don't compete with me. Yi Fan ridiculed. The golem was furious. He clenched his fists, but in the end, he endured it, not moving forward. After all these years, who could make him feel so sullen? His past opponents seemed to have left him in the dust. This made him resentful, but at the same time, he felt a sense of powerlessness. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but rather that the other party was too powerful. As a golem, he was blessed by heaven and earth, possessing all types of extraordinary methods and divine abilities. He was unmatched in a region, yet he couldn't kill the human race's holy body. Brother Yi, aren't you a bit too overbearing? The god race's holy daughter Shenlan, who had been watching coldly from the side all this time, spoke. Her face revealed an unhappy expression, preparing to take action. What I said is the truth. There really is an old friend of mine in the mountain. Yi Fan replied. Nonsense, you clearly want to seize the divine devil elixir. The others naturally didn't believe him, but they didn't cower back. They all looked at him with cold eyes. Suddenly, a heaven-overflowing fluctuation appeared, spreading out from the shattered black mountain. Many rocks and other things were blasted to pieces. A resplendent cocoon appeared, releasing precious splendor. Someone underwent rebirth, undergoing a complete transformation. Now they emerged from isolation. In addition, in the same place, there was a chessboard transport formation. This cocoon wanted to escape, but it seemed to have sensed something. It violently trembled, rushing towards Yi Fan. This is a cocoon formed from the divine devil elixir. Someone absorbed the essence within. The archaic divine devil Great Tao's fragments have been dissolved in the precious liquid, the same as many ancient inheritances being melted into a furnace. This is a type of heaven-defying natural luck. The god race, Holy Spirit, and other powerful bloodlines were all shocked and envious. They truly wished they were trapped in the cocoon. Kacha! Cracks appeared on the cocoon one after another. Auspicious energy surged, multicolored light thousands of streaks, and immortal energy tens of thousands of strands appeared. The one inside was about to emerge. It was clear that he recognized Yi Fan, or else he wouldn't be so at ease, breaking out from the cocoon at his side. Chapter 1440. The resplendent cocoon seemed to be carved from immortal stones of the absolute beginning. It was sparkling and translucent, immortal mist enshrouding it. It released 1,000 streaks of auspicious light and 10,000 strands of divine multicolored light. It was brilliant and dazzling, essence energy like a dragon as it rushed into the heavens. It was extremely at ease, stopping at Yi Fan's side and suspending in midair. It flowed with brilliant colors and surged with immortal energy. It was accompanied by the resonance of the Great Tao, as if an immortal song was being played. Kacha! The cocoon was densely packed with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, and finally, a piece fell off. A holy and divine aura rushed out, auspicious and dazzling. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others were all shaken. They became even more cautious, scanning their surroundings to prevent the young experts from launching a sneak attack. The transformation of the person in the cocoon had reached a critical moment and couldn't be interrupted. Pop! A light sound rang out. Another piece fell off from the cocoon. Immediately, a sweet fragrance overflowed. Auspicious colors and immortal mist filled the air, divine light covering the sun. The piece that fell off just happened to be facing the eyes of the person in the cocoon. They opened at this time, pure like crystals, sparkling and translucent, full of spiritual essence. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Beautiful! This pair of eyes possessed a type of spirituality. The pupils were like flawless black gems, making one feel as if they were close to the Tao with a single glance. They were pure and natural, a type of beauty that couldn't be disguised. Honglong! Several people attacked, wanting to interrupt this transformation. Among them, the Copper Ant King was also closing in. His entire body was bronze in color, giving off a powerful feeling, as if he could shake down the 9 heavens. The beams of light in Yi Fan's eyes shot out like 2 sharp swords. At this time, he would definitely use his most powerful methods to suppress and kill anyone who dared to disturb him. His entire body burned with raging golden flames. Yi Fan took a step forward. The entire mountain and river trembled. Origin techniques, battle saint technique, army character formula, and other techniques were activated at the same time. His fists moved, like a dragon and tiger fighting for supremacy, the world about to collapse. He turned into a specter and rushed out, fast to the extreme, making it impossible to defend against. This was the evolution of the Rho character formula. Pooh! One of them was directly blasted apart by him, turning into a bloody mist, body and soul destroyed. This was Yi Fan's most powerful attack, containing his entire body's essence energy. His avatar, true body, secret techniques, and Tao techniques were all displayed, merging into a furnace as he ferociously attacked. Puff! He rushed over, and then a second person was smashed to pieces. Bone fragments flew everywhere, blood dripping everywhere, dyeing the sky and mountain region red. This scene stunned everyone. They knew that although it was only 2 strikes, it was like a world-shaking battle. Yi Fan's entire body's essence blood and Yuan Shen's boiling saint power. It wasn't that the 2 who died weren't strong enough. It was just that what should have been an intense battle had been compressed into a direct collision, deciding life and death in a single strike. The human race's saint physique was going all out to kill everything in his path. This made everyone fearful. These people all backed up, a few of them directly coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the result of being suppressed by an unmatched great power. Before they were even struck, they were already injured. It was clear that they weren't truly fighting. After all, the battle between the Holy Spirit and Yi Fan was something that everyone could see. The people here only wanted to create new problems, not wishing for the one in the cocoon to smoothly transform. However, who would have thought that Yi Fan's reaction would be so intense, immediately fighting a life-and-death struggle. He didn't hesitate to exhaust his source to wipe out all enemies that dared to approach. I want to see which one of you dares to move. If anyone dares to attack now, I will wipe out their entire clan in the future. Yi Fan shouted. Correct. Whoever dares move, this old one will pay a visit to their ancient star domain in the future and wipe out their entire clan. Even a little mouse that doesn't open its eyes will fall to its death. Pangbo also spoke fiercely, intimidating everyone. If it really is Brother Ye's old friend, then what harm is there in waiting a bit? The god race's heavenly daughter Shenlong said. She didn't want to kill the one who obtained the divine demonic elixir, because this type of precious elixir contained great Tao fragments. It was equivalent to an archaic demonic god's inheritance. If possible, she hoped to win this person over and have him join the god race. Pop! Another piece of the cocoon fell off, revealing a sparkling and translucent mouth. Everyone's expressions became sluggish. This was especially the case for Shenlong, Stone Being, Copper Ant King, and the other young supreme beings. They were all stupefied. This was different from what they had expected. How could such beautiful eyes have this kind of mouth? Jojo! Murmurs sounded from within the cocoon. Waves of sweet fragrance wafted over, as if a child had seen its loved ones. It was full of joy as it rubbed against Yi Fan's body. In the end, the cocoon split into pieces, all of the fragments falling off. It was resplendent and dazzling, as if a golden immortal flame was burning, illuminating this place. This was unexpectedly a golden divine bird. Shenlong, Stone Being, and the others were all stupefied. They originally thought that an exceptional beauty was going to appear, but who would have expected it to be a bird? The difference from what they had expected was too great. It really is a bird? Longma, Black Bear Saint, and the others watched anxiously. They all thought that a woman was going to appear, never expecting it to be an extraordinary divine bird. Its entire body was brilliant, reaching a zhang in length. It was covered in golden feathers, extremely beautiful. It was like an expanse of multicolored clouds, but also like a flame, full of spiritual essence. Its shape was like a phoenix, not divided into 5 colors, but rather a single noble golden color. Its plume feathers were extremely long, similar to its body, a zhang in length, bright and resplendent. Its eyes were like black gemstones, the other parts sparkling and translucent, as if they were cast from gold. This was a lightning phoenix, a rare species since the ancient times, possibly the only one in the present world. It had the bloodline of an ancient phoenix, so there was no need to say more about this type of scene. Everyone could see that it might become close to a divine phoenix in the future. The higher the cultivation realm, the more thorough its bloodline's revival would be. I never expected you to still remember me after all these years. Yi Fan rubbed its head, unable to help but sigh with emotion. This is a divine bird. The divine race heavenly lady revealed a serious expression from the distance. The others were all silent. This type of bloodline was already heaven-defying to begin with, and together with the divine demonic liquid's help, it became even more extraordinary, perhaps even approaching the phoenix bloodline ancestors. So what if your bloodline is powerful? On the true battlefield, none of this counts for anything. If your strength isn't enough, you will still be suppressed and killed by others, the golem said coldly. Are you talking about yourself? If you aren't convinced, then come over. I'll continue to blast you apart with a single fist. Yi Fan ridiculed. His expression was cold, carrying a cruel killing intent. The golem wanted to say something, but he couldn't retort. The true battle accomplishments were laid out before him, so saying anything more would only bring humiliation upon himself. Jojo! The lightning phoenix muttered, using its head to rub against Yi Fan, as if it was a child that saw an adult. However, its true strength wasn't weaker than everyone here at all. It was extremely powerful, making everyone feel restraining fear. Yi Fan didn't feel any shock towards this, because he clearly understood its origins. Lightning phoenixes were hard to find since ancient times. As long as it grew up normally, it would inevitably become a demonic saint, let alone the fact that this divine bird's starting point was so high. Back then, before it was even born, it already obtained its parents' gift. The old lightning phoenix was injured and transformed into the Tao, infusing a world's Tao foundation into the golden egg, almost giving it the starting point of a Tao-severing king. Of course, this wasn't the greatest natural luck, because there was another type of opportunity that could be said to be heaven-defying. No fiend race or ancient beasts could compare to it. That was, it obtained the demonic god flower. What kind of thing was this? This was a type of heaven-defying divine root. For a young fiend race, there was nothing more precious than it. It could be used to forge an undying Tao foundation. Back then, even the Black Emperor had sighed, willing to borrow another 100,000 years from the heavens, returning to his childhood to eat this flower. One could see just how precious it was. The demonic god flower contained the world's most fundamental Tao force, possessing the most powerful spirituality. It was an unmatched divine object in the eyes of fiend race and ancient beasts, something they would go crazy over. For mature great fiends, it wasn't that useful, but its wondrous use laid in nurturing young fiend race spirits, purifying their bloodlines, spirituality, roots, and other things, changing heaven and earth. Legend had it that both Fiend Emperor Shui Yueqing and the ancient Azure Emperor had consumed the demonic god flower. It was an immortal great medicine for peerless roots to build a foundation. There were 3 kinds of flowers in the world that were the rarest: the demonic god flower, the Tao amalgamation flower, and the god flower. In the past, the divine crocodile and malicious spirit of Mars' ancient star were at the Big Dipper prominent sect, implicating Lu Yunji, Lin Jia, and the others. In order to find the truth, Yi Fan went all the way to the immortal Ascension Valley. As soon as the lightning phoenix came out of its shell, it was placed at the root of the demonic god flower by Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, and the others. It could be said that it was a great fortune that defied the heavens. This made the Black Emperor, who had lived for thousands of years, say that he was still young and wanted to experience the divine might of this flower. Back then, the lightning phoenix was still a tiny thing, only the size of a fist, covered in fur. Now, it was so beautiful, causing Yi Fan to sigh at how time flowed like water. "What about Ziyue? Where is brother Hao Yue?" Yi Fan asked. "Hao Yue is in seclusion. Ziyue might be in danger." The lightning phoenix had a pure heart and a tender voice. Its black gem-like eyes blinked with anxiety. Recently, many powerful figures had entered the depths of the danger zone. Ji Ziyue and the others were in the critical period of transformation, so they could only retreat continuously. However, the people in the outside world followed them all the way in order to obtain the divine demonic elixir. Qiu, quickly find Ziyue. She came out of seclusion first. With so many enemies, she definitely won't be able to deal with them. The lightning phoenix's voice was clear and had a trace of the tender voice of a little girl. She used her beak to nibble at the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and led the way. Ji Ziyue had run out in advance before her seclusion was truly complete. She sealed her brother and the lightning phoenix in different mountains and went to attract the enemies herself. No one knew how she was doing now. Yi Fan's heart immediately sank. He followed closely behind. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others also didn't say a word and rushed forward. They knew that the situation was critical. "You want to leave? It's not that easy," the stone man shouted. With a boom, he activated a formation and blocked the path ahead, preventing them from helping. "Are you tired of living?" Yi Fan was furious. This was the first time he was so furious. There was no time to waste. This sacred spirit actually blocked his path at this critical moment. There was no need to say more about its malicious intentions. "Everyone, we have already formed enmity with him today. In the future, we will not rest until one of us is dead. What else is there to worry about? Use all your means to make him stay," the sacred spirit said coldly. It wanted to block Yi Fan's path and prevent him from helping, leaving him with great hatred. Some people were eager to try, while others were silent. "Those who block me shall die." Yi Fan was furious. His Genesis technique was superb. With a flick of his hand, dozens of golden formations appeared and directly disintegrated the killing formation set up by the sacred spirit. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The sacred spirit's expression changed drastically. Without saying a word, he was the first to flee. He was the one who suggested to join forces just now, but in the end, he was the first to flee. The others cursed in their hearts. This was too much of a scum. His heart was very evil. In order to take revenge, he dragged everyone down with him, but in the end, he had no backbone at all. The sacred spirit only had one thought, and that was to not die. The current Yi Fan couldn't be contended against head-on and was almost invincible. The stone man knew that in a battle of the same level, he would undoubtedly die, so he fled. Boom! Yi Fan's true body shattered the blue dome of heaven. His palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone as they slammed out. The palm of light landed on the sacred spirit's back, and with a pu sound, the area below his chest was smashed into mush. Blood splashed everywhere. He wanted to give chase, but he was afraid that if he delayed too long, Jianghu would be in danger. He turned around and left, letting the lightning phoenix lead the way. The mountains and rivers receded as they quickly approached an ancient land. Chapter 1441. In the depths of this dangerous land, the mountains and rivers were magnificent. Many ancient lands had pleasant sceneries, and were extremely suitable for cultivation. However, no one had been able to enter in the past. This was a group of lakes. Every lake was not very large, and they were all adjacent to each other. They were like sparkling pearls that adorned the earth. On the shore, there were all kinds of fine trees and divine vines that were overflowing with color and flourishing. This was a rare land of treasures. The little guy was also the lightning phoenix. His entire body blossomed with golden multicolored light as he flew, bringing them here to search for Jianghu's whereabouts. Brother Hao Yue is truly unkind. Is there an elder brother like this? Letting his younger sister take risks outside while he secluded himself in cultivation. Pang Bo muttered in dissatisfaction. While Hao Yue and I were in seclusion, Ziyu sealed us in different mountains. We only discovered it after we awakened from our cocoons, but it was already too late. The little guy explained. Yi Fan was even more worried. Although it was only for a short period of time, Ziyu might encounter great enemies. Heaven-swallowing beast, golden snake prince, Xianghu. Even the gray flood dragon and Qi Tian. Each one was more terrifying than the last. The lake was tranquil, and it reflected the green mountains and clear waters. There were also all kinds of fine trees and ancient vines, making this place seem like a paradise for an immortal. The little guy had the psychic precious jade that Jianghu left behind on him, so they could sense each other. At this time, he revealed an excited expression and said, "Sister Ziyu is nearby. She shouldn't be in danger." "All right." Yi Fan only said one word, and let him continue to sense and search. "Over there I can sense it." The little guy's golden feathers were beautiful as he streaked across the sky and flew forward, leading everyone closer to a mountain peak. Between these lakes, there would occasionally be a few towering mountain peaks that separated the lakes, making it seem even more beautiful than a fairyland. "There's someone." Yi Fan let everyone stop. He hid among the ancient trees in front of the lakes and looked towards that mountain peak. He cultivated a genesis technique that connected heaven and earth, so he could sense the scenery of the earth ahead of time. "Not good. It's Ziyu. She's surrounded," Pang Bo shouted. Although they were quite far away, they could still clearly see that a purple-clothed girl was fluttering about. She was surrounded by a group of people, but she did not seem to be panicking and was loudly saying something. Longma said carelessly, "What's there to argue with evil people? Just kill them and break out of the encirclement. This little girl is too naive. Fortunately, we came. Otherwise, she would have been eaten alive." Yi Fan glared at it. Longma muttered resentfully. Talking about domineering, there was nothing more to say to the enemy. Without a doubt, those were some young supreme beings, 8 or 9 of them in total. Even from far away, one could still sense how powerful they were, because when they opened their heavenly eyes, they could see that there was dragon-shaped blood energy rushing into the heavens from the crown of their heads, flourishing to the extreme. These people reigned supreme in their respective regions, rarely encountering opponents on their respective ancient paths. "It's just 9 people. If not every one of them is as valiant as the tyrant king, we can finish them off in one battle," Pang Bo said, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Ziyu has been surrounded. I'll sneak over first and stand by her side. Otherwise, these people might become ruthless and harm her first," said Yi Fan. They quickly closed in, using the heaven-deceiving formation as cover. Yi Fan in particular used the Celestial Court's secret killing techniques. Even though these techniques were not very suitable for him and were not his Dao, he still forcefully activated them today. Something's wrong. Those people don't seem to be attacking Sister Ziyu. The little guy stopped and blinked his large black gem-like eyes, revealing a doubtful expression. Although he was simple, He was very meticulous. After noticing this abnormality, he looked towards Yi Fan and the others, seeking their opinion. There really is something wrong. Why do I feel like those people don't seem to be making things difficult for Ziyue? They seem more like a group. Pang Bo also nodded. Yi Fan stared blankly. Out of concern, he was in a mess. Now that he calmed down and looked into the distance, he discovered that this was indeed a strange group. Those people seemed to be surrounding Ziyue at the center. I think it's like, that girl is their leader. Have these people eaten too much? Longma also muttered. In any case, they were relieved because Ziyue was not in any danger. Like this, they were no longer in a hurry to approach and observed from the shadows. Strange, what's going on? They carefully approached, and after carefully observing, they discovered that these people really did not pose any danger. When they were within 100 li, they could clearly see those people even without opening their heavenly eyes. They did not recognize most of them. They were all experts from the other side, and each of them had their own methods and divine abilities. None of them could be underestimated. Ziyue's purple clothes fluttered in the wind. Her black eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were full of intelligence. When the corners of her mouth curled up, she revealed her sparkling cute little canine teeth, appearing extremely lively. Her watery eyes flashed with intelligence from time to time, and there was a kind of craftiness and quick-wittedness. She smiled very brightly, and there were small dimples on her face, making her look even more mischievous and refined. Her figure was graceful and elegant, and there was a kind of extraordinary spirituality about her. She took light steps, and her beautiful hair danced in the wind. There was always a kind of confidence and smile on her white oval face, which could easily infect others. It's been so many years. I haven't seen them for about 100 years. Yi Fan muttered to himself, lost in thought. Pang Bo nodded and said, time is like water, passing in a hurry. If we didn't step onto this path of cultivation, I'm afraid we would have long ceased to exist in this world. Less than 100 li later, they concealed themselves. Not only could they see the expressions of those young supreme beings, they could also clearly hear their words. Ziyue waved her small sparkling fist, as if to emphasize her tone, and said, advance, we will definitely obtain the divine demonic elixir. As the strongest of a region, who can stop us if we join hands? In the dark, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other in dismay. Why did this feel so strange? Didn't she obtain the divine demonic elixir a long time ago? That's right, we crossed domains to come here, and we were all once sovereigns of a region. With so many of us joining hands, we can easily suppress a few insignificant enemies, said a young man. He was tall and majestic, and he had golden hair. He was arrogant and unruly, and his eyes were incomparably sharp. This is a powerhouse cultivated by an ancient golden pung. It will be difficult to find an opponent in the Saint King realm, said the Black Bear Saint, revealing a dignified expression. The 8 or 9 people on the other side were very unfamiliar. Every one of them was extremely powerful, and they were all rare supreme beings of different races. It's just a trifling divine body. Even if a true god race venerable king comes, he will be suppressed and killed all the same, said another white-haired powerhouse. His eyes were cold, and there was a kind of cruelty in them. He was an ancient silver wolf that cultivated into a human form. He was known to have the heavenly wolf ancient blood and was extremely powerful. Brother Heavenly Wolf, it's better to speak less subtlety. If there really is a god race here, it won't be good for us to make enemies for no reason, said another person. Could it be that I'm afraid of her? My heavenly wolf race doesn't fear any race. Only a battle will determine who is strong and who is weak, said the heavenly wolf race powerhouse coldly. Everyone, what is there to fight about? Save your energy to suppress that divine body. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing, said Ziyue. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her snow-white canine teeth that flickered with sparkling luster. She was mischievous and had a kind of affinity. Miss Ziyue is right. Let's go suppress that divine body first. Obtaining the demonic god liquid is the most important thing. Let's put everything else aside first, the others agreed. It was very clear that Ziyue had a kind of transcendent status among them. This kind of intelligent and lively girl would attract attention no matter where she went. Even the young supreme beings were no exception. Their eyes were at the top because they had reached the peak on their respective ancient paths. Now that they met Ji Ziyue, they saw that she was stronger than them and not weaker. Moreover, she was as beautiful as a fairy and as lively as a fairy. Naturally, they had a good impression of her and hoped to get close to her. What is this girl trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to suppress her brother and seize Brother Haoyue's demonic god liquid? Pang Bo was dumbfounded, a little confused. Yi Fan also felt that it was very strange. What was Ji Ziyue doing? Why was she together with the enemy? It was impossible for her to deal with her brother. Everyone, you must be careful. This is the graveyard of gods and demons. That divine body obtained the demonic god liquid, which contains fragments of the great Tao of primordial gods and demons. It is equivalent to obtaining a supreme inheritance. The most terrifying thing is that it is compatible with his divine blood. As long as he comes out of seclusion, he will definitely be extremely terrifying. Don't be careless. A young expert was very cautious. Ji Ziyue waved her hand. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons. She giggled and said unconcernedly, "Don't worry, I will suppress him when the time comes. Back then in our Gaochen ancient star region, it's not like I haven't fought the god race before. I personally captured one and made him my coachman. It's a pity that I didn't bring him along." Ji Ziyue was bragging. This made Yi Fan and the others a little stunned. Then they wanted to laugh. I know, Little Moon is tricking this group of people. A thief crying thief and mixing into this group of enemies. Pang Bo came to a sudden realization. That's right. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ji Ziyue was really audacious. He didn't know what method she used to obtain the trust of this group of people. Moreover, they were all following her lead. This girl is really bad. She really knows how to trick people. Leading a group of enemies to attack her? I think she will definitely clash with another group of people in the end. Longma muttered and cursed silently. He took back his previous comment on Ji Ziyue. There are a few groups that we need to pay attention to. Jin Shi Langjun has the flying snake array diagram. It's very terrifying. The human race's sacred physique seems to be here too. It said that he's invincible in close combat. Also, Gu Jinpeng introduced some of the powerful opponents he had seen and heard of on the other side. These people were all very conceited. Some listened attentively while others were naturally disdainful. They hoped to see the so-called few terrifying groups fight. Ji Ziyue ground her shiny little canine teeth and waved her little fist. She said fiercely, "The human race's sacred physique is mine. I will personally suppress him and beat him until he cries." In the distance, Yi Fan touched his chin and was speechless. The others all laughed. They found it very interesting to watch Ji Ziyue brag in the dark. There's no need for Miss Ziyue to do anything. I'll capture him for you. The white-haired youth from the Sky Wolf race said coldly. The others echoed and said that they wanted to suppress the human race's sacred physique. There's no need. My greatest wish is to fight with the strongest bloodlines, especially the human race's sacred physique. I plan to suppress him personally and let him take over the position of my former coachman. Ji Ziyue waved her little fist. Although she wanted to make a ferocious appearance, her big eyes and dimples appeared on her face. She didn't look ferocious at all. On the contrary, she had a different kind of beauty. She looked very cute and mischievous. This made the other young supremes feel relaxed and happy. Although they felt that she was bragging, they felt very comfortable. They felt that this little girl was different and they really wanted to be with her. Chapter 1442. Ji Ziyue was bragging. This made Yi Fan and Pang Bo speechless. What they saw overturned their previous understanding of her. They couldn't help but want to laugh after secretly observing her. Of course, when they thought of her weird appearance in the past, they were relieved. This was nothing out of the ordinary. According to her character, it wasn't too much or strange. Mist rose from the mountain peak as if it was surrounded by celestial chi. It was reflected in the lakes. It was a pure land that made one's heart feel peaceful. Let's go find the demonic elixir and capture the divine king alive. We'll suppress the human race's divine physique and defeat them all. Ji Ziyue waved her fist as if she was boosting the morale. She led the way in high spirits. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma and the rest looked at each other. It wasn't good for them to appear now. It was more suitable for this girl to lead the enemy into battle. Ji Haoyue was in the middle of transforming and needed time. She couldn't be disturbed. Let her stall for time. We'll follow from afar and protect her. Pang Bo said. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. The group followed behind silently. It had to be said that Ji Ziyue's team was very strong. No matter where they went, they would shock the world. These 8 or 9 people all had extremely high talents and bloodlines. There was no need to talk about the Golden Rock. With a spread of its wings, it could soar 90,000 miles into the sky. It was enough to split the sky and collapse the universe. It was a very strong race. The celestial wolf had endless legends. It had once produced an unparalleled expert. The celestial wolf howled at the moon, collapsing the galaxy. Once they started fighting, they would be bathed in blood and rarely had a match. The nine-eyed jade toad was a primordial variant that was rarely seen since ancient times. It was said that it was the descendant of the 3-legged golden toad and the jade qilin. It had been extinct for millions of years. Who would have thought that it would reappear in the world today? It was the strongest among this group of people. As for the others like the mountain-carrying tortoise, green-blooded people, and sky-splitting beasts, they were all equally strong. These races were famous in the universe and had the bloodline of a region's ruler. Their spiritual senses were very sharp. Even powerful people like Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma would be sensed if they were not careful. Fortunately, they had the heaven-deceiving formation. The ancient golden pang, heavenly wolf, nine-eyed blue toad, mountain-carrying tortoise, and the others all had powerful magical force, blood energy exuberant. Wherever they passed, all creatures would retreat, surging like an ocean, vast and immeasurable. I can sense the aura of the divine demonic liquid. The divine body is most likely up ahead. Ji Ziyue said solemnly with a serious expression. Her footsteps were light as she got everyone to prepare for battle. This was a valley with a spacious terrain, and there was a clear spiritual lake within it. There were verdant and luxuriant precious trees, fresh flowers, fallen petals in profusion, and flowing rays of light, causing it to seem extremely divine and auspicious. We were a step too late. His divine body has already left. There are traces left behind when he was comprehending the Tao here. The green-blooded man sighed. His skin was dark green, and his limbs were like vines. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others could see it clearly. They had also been to this place before. It was a cultivation ground that Ji Haoyue had long since abandoned. But now, it could lure everyone here to waste time and make them feel like they had gained something. There was the remnant of the divine demonic liquid here. Of course, the essence energy had long been exhausted, and the fragments of the great Tao had also been extracted, so there was no value left. Miss Ziyue is indeed extraordinary. As expected of a Yuan spirit body, she is the most sensitive to the aura of the world's origin. She can even discover it from so far away. This is a good start. We will definitely be able to find the divine body and seize the precious liquid, said the sky-splitting beast. What a pity. Let's continue searching. Ji Ziyue waved her hand and began to lead the way again. In the dark, Longma muttered. This girl looks harmless now. I think she will definitely lead this group of people into the fire pit in the end. I'm happy to see that. Wouldn't that save us a lot of trouble? Pang Bo laughed. Suddenly, a shout came from ahead, accompanied by the roar of a beast. Ji Ziyue and the others encountered another group of experts, and it seemed like there was going to be a fierce battle. Everyone, we are all here for the divine demonic liquid. Why must we kill each other now? Why don't we work together and attack when we face the real enemy? Ji Ziyue went forward and said. There were a few humanoid figures, and all of them had extraordinary magic power. The leader was an expert with a dragon head and a human body. His entire body was glowing, and behind him were 3 experts who also had extraordinary appearances. This race. Yi Fan was shocked. This was the same bloodline as the royal family of the nest of 10,000 dragons of the Big Dipper. It was definitely a powerful race. He looked carefully and did not find the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons. His eyes flashed, and he felt that things might not be so simple. Perhaps it would be very troublesome in the future. Yi, is there anything wrong? Pang Bo asked. I found someone to destroy the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their dragon lady brought her people across the starfield and returned to the ancestral planet. Since they have appeared, I'm worried that the dragon lady will come with the ancient imperial weapon. Yi Fan frowned. When Pang Bo heard that the old man had roasted and eaten the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons, he was stunned. This was a huge grudge, especially since Yi Fan had led the way. At the front, Ji Ziyue persuaded the four to join them. Obviously, these people were afraid. There were 8 or 9 people on the other side, and each of them was very strong. They did not want to fight to the death, so they nodded and agreed. This battle was avoided, and the group grew a bit stronger. Pang Bo and the others glanced at each other, not knowing what to say. A thief crying thief. How were they going to clean up the mess after roping in such a group? Yi Fan said, Ziyue is an origin spirit body and has affinity with the law. The essence of heaven and earth is for her to use, and she can control the most original things. She can replenish the divine power of these people, so everyone is naturally willing to join her. She can imperceptibly keep everyone's strength at the peak. Whether it was her amiable and lively nature, or the role she could play, she had an important position in the group, and they all vaguely looked to her for guidance. A figure flashed, and a powerful and terrifying figure appeared. He was enveloped in a resplendent divine halo, like a celestial emperor descending to the world. There was a terrifying aura that made people feel apprehensive. Di Tian appeared in the distance. Just now, he had seen Ji Ziyue invite the 4 foreign races to join them. He saw that they had the advantage in numbers and was a terrifying group. He wanted to borrow the strength of this group. With a brilliant smile, he said, Everyone, I'm Di Tian of the human race, and I'm also willing to join you. This person looked around and took the initiative to join us. He doesn't seem like a good person and might have evil intentions. I suggest suppressing him, Ji Ziyue said straightforwardly. There's only one person. So what if we kill him? We can reduce some competitors in case there isn't enough demonic elixir to go around, the silver-haired celestial wolf expert said coldly. Seconded. The others nodded. They did not want the group to grow any stronger. Kill. A large expanse of brilliance appeared like dozens of immortal phoenixes flying across the sky. Resplendent divine chains of order interweaved like phoenix feathers, tearing apart the vast sky. More than 10 people suppressed Di Tian together. Di Tian was astonished. He was invited to join them when they were enemies, and he appeared to be more amiable. In the end, he attracted an earth-shattering light of slaughter. It truly infuriated him. Now was not the time to argue. So many young supreme beings were attacking him. If he delayed any longer, he might be in danger of dying. He turned and left. Leave him behind. Gu Jinpeng and the others excelled in speed among the young supreme beings. They immediately chased after him, slaughtering Di Tian and blocking his path. The people behind them attacked fiercely. The pitiful Di Tian was originally a supreme expert of a generation. Ever since he made his debut, he had only suffered at the hands of Azure Emperor during Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation. However, that wasn't shameful. After all, he was an ancient great emperor. However, now he was being chased and beaten. He was in a sorry state, fighting until his entire body was covered in blood. He fled into the distance. More than 10 people took action together. Divine force overflowed into the heavens, as if a forbidden divine sea was boiling. They swept through everything in their way. With a pu sound, Di Tian coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He had already retreated, but Gu Jinpeng kept him busy. In the end, he was held up by everyone's divine force whirlpools and almost shattered. Fury surged in Di Tian's heart. He quickly retreated. There was no way he could fight head-on. No matter how powerful he was, there was no way he could win against more than 10 young supreme beings. If he was just a step slower, he might be torn apart. It was a pity that Di Tian was being chased by others. This was something that hadn't happened in many years. He was bathed in blood and fought with his life on the line to escape into the depths of the mountain range. He was extremely indignant. Others were invited to join, yet he was given the cold shoulder when he took the initiative. If he was just a bit slower, he might have been killed here. I'm thinking that Ziyue might have learned some information about the situation on the ancient path from the people around her. It's clear that she's helping us take care of Di Tian, Pang Bo said with schadenfreude. Di Tian was definitely a dangerous character and had to be guarded against. If he also joined Ji Ziyue's group, there might be some accidents that would happen to this group. Yi Fan also laughed. How powerful was Di Tian? Today, he was being chased by others and suffered like this. He was probably about to vomit blood from anger. Half a day later, another unlucky person was encountered by Ji Ziyue's group. It was precisely the great demonic god. He was alone and being chased by a group of people. Naturally, he didn't have any temper. The great demonic god had a belly full of anger. His body was covered in blood and he was seriously injured. He simply couldn't bear it anymore. He had always been the one torturing and killing others. He had once destroyed a life star and walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But today, he was being chased and chased. Although his lungs were about to explode, he was still chased away by the group. This made him stifle his anger. It was truly an undeserved calamity. He was almost hunted down and slaughtered for no reason. He was very strong, but he could only suffer under the hands of so many young supreme beings. Many terrifying wounds appeared all over his body as he angrily left alone. 2 days later, Jianghu's group finally met a strong enemy. It's really a narrow road for enemies. We've encountered Golden Snake Langjun, the gold-eating beast, and the Holy Spirit. Longma revealed a strange expression and found it increasingly interesting. He hoped that Jianghu would lead the enemy to fight against another group of enemies. The stoneman lost his arm and was the first to escape. He really didn't have the face to return. He met Golden Snake Longjun's group along the way and joined them. This group of people was very strong. There were about 10 of them. They encountered Jianghu's group outside a valley. Both sides looked at each other with hostility. The atmosphere was extremely tense. At this time, even Yi Fan's expression was solemn. He paid close attention and was ready to take action at any time. After all, these people were his mortal enemies. He had long since thought of eliminating them. How wonderful! I can't wait to exchange identities with this girl and lead these people into battle. We'll fight to the death and exhaust both sides. Longma laughed mischievously. Jianghu looked very pure and kind, but in order to protect herself, she was a little two-faced at this moment. This was a good move. If used properly, the power structure of the mountain would change greatly. Let's get ready and wait for the opportunity to take action. We'll kill them all. Yi Fan said with a cold expression. He would appear at the crucial moment to fight. Chapter 1443. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The third Langjun of the Golden Snake clan flicked his tongue. The 3-meter-long golden snake god shone brightly with its tail on the ground. Its cold snake eyes sent chills down one's spine. The stone man was also cold and emotionless. He was angry. Not long ago, he was humiliated by the human race's holy physique. He was defeated in front of everyone and almost died. He hoped to release the anger in his heart through a massacre. The gold-eating beast's body flashed with a cold luster. It was a special life form. Its entire body was made of metal and was indestructible. 20 years ago when it fought with Yi Fan, one of its arms was deformed, but it could not be destroyed. On the other side, Jianghu did not speak. Instead, she looked at Gu Jinpeng as if asking him what to do. In fact, this was also a declaration. Because everyone knew that the golden rock and snakes, including the flying serpent, were natural enemies. It was said that the golden rock had to devour a large number of pythons every day. It was mistakenly called the solar eclipse dragon. My original intention was to kill them, but the leader of the 3 snakes is too strong. It is not easy to deal with, Gu Jinpeng said. Brother Peng, if you want to fight, we will do our best. Since we are in an alliance, there is no distinction between us, Jianghu said righteously. Crack, crack. Behind them, the tall and majestic celestial wolf gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot and a beam of bloody light shot out from the top of his head. I agree to kill them. Leave none of the 3 snakes alive. The celestial wolf roared as if it was filled with boundless anger. Brother Celestial Wolf, do you have a grudge against them? If so, we cannot just stand by and watch. We must fight to the end. Jianghu waved her fist and said. In the dark, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others suddenly realized that the allies Jianghu had found were really targeted. The 3 Langjun of the Golden Snake clan massacred the Nirvana realm. The first great clan they destroyed on this ancient planet was the Celestial Wolf. In order to cultivate the flying serpent soul transformation technique, they slaughtered in all directions and killed all living beings. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Celestial Wolf were all killed by them. Not even children were left. It was this massacre that made them the second evilest in the world, second only to the blasphemer Yi Fan. They were notorious in the eyes of the world. They were too cruel, lacking the slightest bit of humanity. They slaughtered clans all for the sake of collecting the blood and soul bones of all creatures. Although this white-haired celestial wolf didn't belong to this ancient planet and came from the outer realms, when he heard that his kind had been killed, he still felt a monstrous anger in his heart. He had always wanted to kill Golden Snake's sire, but he never had the chance. At this moment, Jianghu's attitude naturally made him feel grateful. A wolf howl shook the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. The entire ancient land was shaking. I will kill you worms on behalf of the Heavenly Wolf clan. It's just a silver wolf. How dare you compare yourself to the ancient god Sky Wolf? It doesn't matter if I kill one more of you, the fourth Lang Jun of the Golden Race taunted with a sinister coldness. Roar! The Heavenly Wolf roared angrily. Its head of long silver hair danced chaotically as its eyes widened. The bloody light receded and shot out two silver beams of light. It was incomparably terrifying. Isn't your golden snake bloodline too arrogant? At this moment, the nine-eyed blue toad from Jianghu's side stepped out. This was definitely a peerless expert, one of the strongest on their side. It's just a toad, yet it dares to boast. The stoneman Holy Spirit appeared with a cold expression. It spoke on behalf of the Golden Snake clan. It needed a powerful ally now, so it naturally had to perform. I hate toads the most. The third Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan said hatefully. For so many years, they had been chased by the Grey Dragon and the Golden Toad. There was great hatred in their hearts. I heard that a senior of my clan is chasing after you. That's good too. Today I will settle things with you, the nine-eyed blue toad said. Jianghu, the nine-eyed blue toad, Gu Jinpeng, and Celestial Wolf were the leaders of their group. They had made their stance clear, so the others naturally couldn't back out. Of course, this was all on the surface. The main reason was that they would have to fight for the divine demon liquid and other fates sooner or later. If they could eliminate the enemy now, it would save them a lot of trouble. Isn't it just a fight? What's the big deal? Even the holy body of the human clan was defeated by us back then. Let's kill these people too. The third Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan said coldly and proudly. Jianghu laughed and said, Why did I hear from Brother Pang and Brother Celestial Wolf that your second brother was killed by the holy body of the human clan and cooked into meat in the cauldron? Did I hear wrong? Or did you say that only a group of you could fight him alone? The Langjuns of the Golden Snake clan had ugly expressions. They stared at Gu Jinpeng, then at the Celestial Wolf, and their hostility rose. Finally, they looked at Jianghu with unfriendly expressions. Isn't what I said the truth? Jianghu smiled faintly, revealing a pair of dimples on her face. Her white teeth were sparkling and shining. The holy body of the human clan won't be able to live. We will eliminate him within 10 days. The stone person spoke. He was full of hatred towards Yi Fan, and his eyes were scarlet red. There's no point in saying so much. Since you want to fight, we will accompany you today. Let's kill a bloody massacre. At this moment, the first Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan, who had been watching coldly, spoke. He was the leader of this side. There were 10 people on their side, and he was the strongest. He immediately noticed Jianghu and the nine-eyed blue toad. He knew that these two were the most difficult to deal with. Then let's fight. The Celestial Wolf was already impatient. The silver light in his eyes turned into a terrifying demonic light as if it was going to destroy the world. With a roar, he was the first to rush forward. I'll deal with you. The fourth Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan rushed out and went straight for the Celestial Wolf. The nine-eyed blue toad soared up, and its entire body flickered with green multicolored light. 9 was the limit, and having 9 eyes was enough to explain the problem. A toad cry sounded like muffled thunder, shaking everyone's blood and chi. Many people were horrified. This was definitely a formidable great expert, an exceptional figure among the young supreme beings. They all felt apprehensive. The Golden Snake clan didn't seem to mind at all. Leave him to me. You all go and wipe out the others. At the same time, the Golden Pung took action. The snake race held great significance for him. Devouring the snake essence could make the Pung blood even purer, bringing it closer to his ancestors. His wings moved, tearing apart the world as he rushed towards the golden snakes. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do as he wished. He was stopped by the Golden Eating Beast. The Golden Eating Beast's strength was exceptional. It had previously devoured a small piece of black patterned gold, And now, its strength increased greatly, already becoming a well-known figure. It fought an extremely intense battle against the Golden Peng. Wang Long. On the other side, the Stone Holy Spirit, 3rd Lang Jun of the Golden Snake Clan and the others also took action, attacking the mountain-holding tortoise, green-blooded man, and the others. A world-shaking bloody battle unfolded. Of course, the most intense battle was between the Golden Snake Clan and the Nine-Eyed Blue Toad. Both of them had extraordinary bloodlines, and their strength was world-shocking, making others tremble in fear. Everyone, there is no need to worry. There is no harm in displaying your greatest strength. I will help you recover your divine force. Jianghu said from the back. Within the hazy radiance, she seemed to be covered in a layer of holy silk. Streaks of auspicious light flew up, rushing towards the Golden Peng, the Nine-Eyed Blue Toad and the others. Divine force was unending, allowing them to remain at their peak state. At this moment, endless essence energy from all directions, as well as the origin fragments within the graveyard of gods and devils all gathered, entering the bodies of the experts on their side. Good. These people's morale was immediately greatly boosted. All of them were full of vigor, incomparably ferocious. Soon, someone died. The people on Jianghu's side did not need to worry about exhausting their origin power, so they held nothing back. They used their most powerful methods and divine abilities to kill one of their opponents. When cultivators fight, they rely on their own strength. I will let you all understand what it means to be an expert. The stone man roared loudly, sweeping through everything before him as he attacked. His opponent was the mountain-carrying tortoise. Its defensive power was astonishing. After transforming into human form, it held a shield refined from its tortoise shell, which blocked all of the stone man's attacks. However, when the Holy Spirit displayed its might, the mountain-carrying tortoise clearly could not withstand the pressure, and blood seeped out from the corner of its mouth. This was the difference in strength. Even if he was at his peak state, he could not defeat the stone man. One had to know that the toughness of this lineage was unparalleled in the world. Apart from a few people with the sacred physique of the human race, no one dared to fight them head-on. Even the strongest defense is not enough. Killing you is as easy as breaking a jar. The Holy Spirit roared. Its palms and fingers changed positions, smashing down continuously and shattering the shield. With a pft, the mountain-carrying tortoise's head was smashed into pieces like a watermelon. Everyone was shocked. This Holy Spirit was indeed powerful, enough to make people feel apprehensive. With a rock cry, the Golden Peng spread its wings, abandoning the unbeatable gold-eating beast. It tore apart an opponent beside it and swallowed it in one gulp, returning the favor. Only so. Kill. In another battlefield, San Longjuan's methods reached the heavens. He swept his tail across the sky and whipped the green-blooded man's body. Green blood immediately dyed the vast sky, and he was almost cut in two. San Langjun followed up. With a coiling golden snake, he twisted the green-blooded man's head off. He opened his bloody mouth and directly bit it to pieces. Fresh blood dripped down as he swallowed it. The scene was extremely bloody and cruel. Both sides fought intensely, and soon, 5 or 6 people died. They were all supreme experts of their respective regions, but here, their lives were worth less than grass. The remaining people were a bit scared and regretful. This kind of bloody battle was too terrifying. Young supreme experts could easily perish at every turn. This was no longer the ancient road where they could claim supremacy. Not long after, 2 more people died. They were killed by the Holy Spirit and Jinshi San Langjun. The 2 of them were extremely powerful. They attacked the people on Jianghu's side. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 2 of them died on the spot. No one would have thought that this battle would be so cruel. It was a battle of life and death. The number of people on both sides decreased so quickly. In the end, Jianghu's side only had 8 people left, while the other side had 7. Although the numbers were about the same, it was clear that Gu Tianpeng, the Heavenly Wolf, and the Nine-Eyed Blue Toad side had lost more people. In terms of individual combat strength, the Golden Snake side had the advantage. Only so, all of you are useless. I'll borrow your blood to nourish my body and cultivate the winged serpent transformation art to slay the human race's holy physique. San Longjuan's enemies were not fixed, and he killed them everywhere. In addition, the stone man also started a massacre. With a pft, another expert on Jianghu's side had his head cracked open. His body was covered in blood, and he laughed cruelly. He saw the hope of joining hands with the powerful golden snake race to eliminate Yi Fan. Everyone, you've all been tricked. This girl has clearly obtained the demonic elixir long ago and is our target. Yet, you guys are killing each other because of her. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Xianxia appeared. He had a robust figure, and his black hair reached his waist. His eyes were cold. He was the descendant of the primordial god fiend and was sensitive to the demonic elixir. He had the most right to speak. What? The others were astonished. Everyone's gazes were focused on Jianghu. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Everyone, what are you waiting for? She is our target. Kill her, search her soul, and find the demonic elixir. Sanlang Jun said coldly. The nine-eyed blue toad and Gu Jinpeng revealed strange expressions. The two of them had been chased by the great sage and escaped into the ancient formation with Jianghu. At this moment, it was really difficult to choose a side. The faces of the heavenly wolf and the others were ashen. They had once said that they would kill the current holder of the demonic elixir and seize this opportunity. Now that they looked back, they really had no face. These words were said in front of Jianghu, but the result was actually like this. They did not kill the demonic elixir's owner, and instead traveled with her for many days without realizing that she was the person they wanted to kill. I don't want to harm anyone, but you wanted to kill me and my brother for the demonic elixir without mercy. I only wanted to protect myself and to survive. I didn't do it when I had the chance to kill you along the way, Jianghu said calmly. The golden snake side did not have so many scruples. The stone man Holy Spirit said coldly, even a god can't save you. He pounced forward. Jianghu was straightforward. She was already prepared. She took out the void formation platform and was about to cross the void. This was a formation that was even more profound than the chessboard formation pattern that the Black Emperor had obtained. No one could stop her at all. However, just as she was about to leave, a golden blood energy swept over like an ocean. It made her feel a familiar aura and stopped in her tracks. Yi Fan arrived with supreme divine might. His entire body was wrapped in divine radiance, like a human emperor descending to the world. He faced the stone man that was attacking Jianghu and said, "Was it you who said that even a god can't save her?" Boom! Accompanied by the sound of heaven and earth shattering, the stone man screamed miserably. His arms were broken once again. This time, Yi Fan did not give him a chance. He circulated the army formula and swept him over. He displayed his strongest combat strength, combining the phenomenon, ancient technique, divine form, and so on. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Fan used the phenomenon to freeze the stone man and used the divine form to tear it in half. He swung his golden fist and punched it 9 times in a row, completely blowing it up in the void. Blood splattered and corpse pieces flew everywhere. Ah, no! The Holy Spirit was in despair. His primordial spirit flew out and roared angrily. However, he was destined to die. This time, Yi Fan did not give him a chance to escape. He stepped down and crushed the glowing primordial spirit under his foot. This deeply shocked everyone. It was not that the Holy Spirit's strength was terrible, but that he was scared out of his wits. The last defeat made him lose the ambition to compete with the human race's divine physique. When they first met, he did not want to face the enemy, but to escape. In the end, he was restrained by Yi Fan using the army formula. He could only passively resist and was completely powerless. He was almost beaten to pieces and died a violent death. Otherwise, with his powerful strength, he could at least last more than 100 moves. Unfortunately, he was killed in front of everyone because of Yi Fan's might. The Holy Spirit's blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. Many people were scared. This was a powerful Holy Spirit, but he was killed just like that. Who dares to make things difficult for her? Yi Fan stood tall and straight. His entire body was shining, and the origin formation appeared under his feet. He looked at everyone disdainfully. Chapter 1444. Yi Fan arrived. His entire body shone with boundless light as he killed the stone man in front of everyone. Divine blood splashed 30 meters high, shocking everyone. His body was well built, and his thick hair danced to his waist. His sharp eyes swept through the area like lightning. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. This was a moment of shock and deterrence. He was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. He arrived so suddenly and attacked so powerfully. One had to know that this was a saint spirit, yet it was destroyed in a few punches. This person is almost invincible. Many people thought to themselves. Only a few people saw that the saint spirit was afraid to fight. It was not because they were not strong enough, but they were still indescribably shocked. They felt that the human race's saint physique would be one of the biggest obstacles on their path to becoming emperor. Yi Fan. GZUS said softly. Wait until I kill all those who want to kill you. Yi Fan turned around. His eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. He then turned around and stared at everyone. How arrogant! Who do you think you are? You want to kill all of us by yourself? Someone shouted immediately, full of resentment and resentment. This was fear and jealousy towards a powerful person. His words were clear. He wanted everyone here to unite and kill Yi Fan here. You said it? Yi Fan's eyes were like torches, the golden radiance they shot out jumping about, burning like flames, brilliant and intimidating. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. Everyone, killing the human race's saint physique today is a great thing. Seeing that the person did not respond immediately, San Lang Jun stood up and said coldly. That's right. So what if I said it? This person was from the Golden Snake side. Seeing San Lang Jun step forward and stand in front of him, he became more courageous. This was a fire leopard. Red light curled around his body, and flames surrounded him. He was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to dominate a region and kill his way here. With the Golden Snake clan as his shield and his position, he was confident that Yi Fan would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, this would be a chaotic battle. All the heroes would attack together and kill the human race's saint physique. Boom! However, contrary to his expectations, Tao patterns appeared in this heaven and earth, covering every inch of the earth. His feet felt as if they had sunk into a swamp, bound there. Then he quickly sank. His entire body was sealed by the powerful divine and demonic essence energy, and he was dragged into the deepest part of the earth. With a flash of brilliance, he appeared on the surface again. In that instant, his hair stood on end and his face lost all color. He actually stood face to face with Yi Fan. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a killer? Even Elder Lang Jun of the Golden Snake clan would have to weigh it 3 times before he could make a move. However, Yi Futian was actually so close to him at this moment. Since you said it, I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan replied calmly. Rumbling sounds rang out as his palm turned into the size of a dustpan. Golden symbols flickered on its surface, and all types of Tao patterns interweaved. How could this be a palm strike? It was clearly the will of heaven and earth that had transformed into ancient symbols and formed a golden palm imprint. Who would dare to face it head-on? At the very least, the fire leopard wouldn't be able to. He did his best to meet the attack, but his arms were crushed and a mist of blood gushed out. He panicked and let out a long roar, spitting out a small silver spear the size of a chopstick. This was a famous ancient treasure of a saint king, and it pierced towards the space between Yi Fan's brows. Bang! However, this silver spear exploded in front of the space between Yi Fan's brows. Indistinctly, one could see a small cauldron that was 1 inch tall flashing before disappearing. The source chi circulated and the cauldron returned to the immortal platform. Ah, no. The fire leopard was terrified. At this moment, he hated himself. There were so many people here. Why did he have to be the one to stand out and die here? He was filled with endless regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Yi Fan wouldn't give him a chance. At this moment, he displayed his strongest combat prowess. Even if their strengths were similar, victory or defeat would be decided in a few exchanges. Pooh! The fire leopard was slammed into the ground. After his arms exploded, his head started to break apart inch by inch, followed by his primordial spirit, all the way to his legs. This process was extremely strange. It was progressing step by step, as though the rhythm had been slowed down. Finally, a roar of unwillingness rang out in the air. His body and spirit were both destroyed, leaving only a mist of blood where he stood. He was killed cleanly. This caused the hearts of everyone to turn cold. The fire leopard had hidden far enough and was behind Saburo Jinshi, yet he was still killed in such a terrifying manner. Yi Fan faced everyone alone, showing no fear. He began a massacre here, like an overlord of the world, looking down on everyone with disdain. Beneath his feet, the runes of the Origin Heaven formation appeared. His Genesis art had already reached grand completion, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. It could even be said that his Genesis art had already surpassed the Origin Heavenly Book. Saburo Jinchi's face was burning hot. This was like a slap to his face. Yi Fan had killed the person he wanted to protect right in front of his face. This slap was extremely resounding. The human race's saint physique truly lives up to its name. Saburo Jinchi spoke. He walked over step by step, wanting to fight against Yi Fan. At the same time, the others also moved. Now was not the time to fight one-on-one. This was a super powerful enemy, and it was best to kill him immediately. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. The gold-eating beast coldly laughed. Its harvest was the greatest. Just now, when Yi Fan shattered the stone man, the fragments flew in all directions. The gold-eating beast swallowed the blood mist that flew towards him. There was actually a small piece of immortal tier green gold within. That was the treasure contained within the saint's spirit. Unfortunately, it had yet to gain sentience and had yet to transform into a weapon. Otherwise, its strength would be even more terrifying. Back then, when Yi Fan confronted the saint's spirit on the true Phoenix Tower in the Seven Golden Cities, he saw that one of its eyes was green gold. After so many years, it had already become part of its immortal platform and was being nurtured into a weapon. Just now, Yi Fan had destroyed the saint's spirit with a punch. In a moment of carelessness, he allowed it to fly away and be swallowed by the gold-eating beast. Kill. The gold-eating beast coldly laughed and pressed forward with the others. You dare to swallow something that has been tainted with my divine power? Yi Fan coldly snorted. He had already sensed the gold-eating beast's actions earlier. Immediately, he circulated the army formula, causing the divine power in his body to surge. Chong! The gold-eating beast trembled violently. Its entire body trembled as a piece of green gold the size of a longan flew out from its chest. It was like a spear that tore it apart. Following that, the sound of clanging swords rang out incessantly. This small piece of green gold was like a heavenly Tao sword. It hacked horizontally and vertically, almost slicing the gold-eating beast into 8 pieces. One couldn't help but say that this was a terrifying ancient beast. It possessed an extraordinary physique and was able to rapidly refine its body. The damaged parts were instantly reconstructed, becoming as good as new. Moreover, at this time, the others also made their move. Golden Snake Dandler pressed forward, and the descendant of the primordial fiend god, Xianghu, advanced step by step. These two supreme experts were extremely powerful, giving off a powerful sense of pressure. The crowd made their move, breaking apart Yi Fan's attack. However, that piece of green gold flew away and landed in his hand. This isn't enough. Yi Fan released a long roar. Golden divine light burned around his body, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world of mortals. The blood energy that erupted immediately increased by a large amount, and his most powerful battle prowess was undoubtedly displayed. It was the army symbol technique again. The gold-eating beast released a miserable cry as the black dragon-patterned thorn in his right palm rushed about chaotically, injuring his entire body. Break, exterminate, end! He roared loudly and finally stabilized his body. The black dragon-patterned thorn melted and became a part of his body. At this moment, everyone raised their vigilance by 120%. This opponent couldn't be dealt with using normal reasoning. His methods were unexpected, and he was extremely terrifying and powerful. Was the human race's holy body going to be unrivaled? This was a huge boulder that pressed down on everyone's hearts. This type of power and aggressiveness left everyone shocked and horrified. I'll deal with you. Golden Snake Dandler attacked powerfully. Hong! With a single strike from a distance, mountains collapsed and seas roared. The clouds scattered, and the boundless golden snake energy engulfed the sky like a great wave. Golden Snake Dandler possessed a peerless divine might. He was an apex character on the ancient path, and he had cultivated the flying serpent deity transformation art to a certain level. Both his primordial spirit and physical body were extremely powerful. Everyone, why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's kill him together. He killed the enemy in 3 to 5 moves because he burned all of his strength. Under normal circumstances, this is impossible. Kill. Another person shouted. Trying to bully the few with numbers? Have you asked Grandpa Pang? I'll skin you all alive. Pang Bo roared as he flew over. Following him, Longma and the others also arrived. With just the few of you? Xianghu, the descendant of the primordial demonic god, coldly walked forward. Each step he took left a footprint in the void, leaving behind great Tao patterns that caused the heavens to tremble. Behind him, 6 or 7 people followed over. Each of them was incomparably powerful, and they were Xianghu's allies. Human race's holy body. You guys are finished. Even if you have origin techniques, it won't do. Another person shouted. They didn't believe that so many people couldn't kill Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others. Apart from Longma, the other 12 saints' cultivation levels weren't high enough. They didn't fear them. Yi Fan, your end is here. I'll carry your head and offer it to my elder brother's cenotaph. Golden Snake Dandler roared. However, things didn't go as they imagined. Some people retreated and didn't step forward. The 9-eyed Jade Toad and Gu Jinpeng had indifferent expressions. They flashed to the side and said to Ji Ziyue, "We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. In the future, we'll fight a bloody battle with the human race's holy body to see who's stronger." The two of them left, leaving this place. On the other side, the white-haired celestial wolf's expression flickered. Then, he turned around and also left. That was because he wouldn't ally with the golden snake race no matter what. Rather, he would rather fight alongside Yi Fan. Obviously, this was impossible. Ji Ziyue had set up a trap for them. He chose to endure and withdraw, watching coldly from the sidelines. On Ji Ziyue's side, 3 experts walked over and chose to join forces with the people on the other side to fight against Yi Fan and the others. Today, I'm going to start a massacre and taste the blood of the human race's holy body. Golden Snake Dandler smiled sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth that were frighteningly sharp. More than a dozen people surrounded Yi Fan to kill him. Each of them displayed their strongest techniques. Is that so? Bullying with numbers? This is what I'm least afraid of. Longma whistled. A gust of clear air rushed up from his head, and in an instant, another version of himself appeared. Grandpa Pang will also accompany you. After saying that, Pang Bo also used the 1 Qi turning 3 pure 1 secret technique. His Tao body appeared, and it was no different from his real body. It was tall and powerful, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. Whoosh! It was the same above Yi Fan's head. Clear air gathered and formed a Tao body. Golden blood energy surged as it looked down on the world. Almost in an instant, 3 more experts appeared. 6 bodies stood side by side, incomparably oppressive. Everyone could feel that the strength of these Tao bodies was no different from theirs. Almost at the same time, Ji Ziyue revealed a pair of sparkling little canine teeth and stepped forward with a smile. At the same time, the little lightning phoenix transformed into blazing lightning and flew over, shocking everyone. Once their true strength was revealed, the surrounding heavens trembled. They were actually great experts among the young supreme beings. In this way, the difference in strength changed rapidly. Although Yi Fan's numbers were inferior to the other side, they were absolutely terrifying. Moreover, Yi Fan's heavenly origin divine formation was shining and spreading towards everyone. Not good! Someone on the other side cried out in alarm. Kill! Yi Fan roared and led everyone forward to kill. The situation was completely reversed. The scene of outstanding heroes encircling and hunting did not form. The side with fewer people was like a ferocious tiger that had come out of its cage. They were boundlessly domineering, sweeping away thousands of enemies. You want to taste my holy blood? Do you have the life to taste it? Yi Fan's real body directly charged towards Golden Snake Dandler. Chapter 1445. Transforming Qi into 3 pure ones was not performed by one person, but by several people at the same time. It multiplied the battle strength and could be said to have turned the situation around in an instant. This was like the birth of a group of dragons and tigers. Needless to say, Yi Fan's battle strength was obvious to all. Who here could say that he could win? Pang Bo was also very powerful. He came up and gave the gold-eating beast a blow. His arm was thicker than other people's legs, and he almost broke off the gold-eating beast's arm. Longma was not a pushover. He stood up with his hind legs on the ground and circled around using the walking formula, looking for an opportunity to attack. In the end, he couldn't help but give a kick, and he actually succeeded in crushing a young expert alive. The one who was hit died with his eyes wide open. His skull shattered, and his primordial spirit roared as it scattered with the wind. There was no more depressing way to die than this. Being trampled to death by a horse's hoof. In the first battle, Longma was actually the first to gain merit. In the past 20 years, it had refined the Tao in every way possible. In the end, it had refined a portion of the inheritance crystal given to it by the ancient ancestor. Its strength had increased, and it could now rule over a region. The most unexpected was the little guy. This lightning phoenix was extremely powerful, and its large eyes were as transparent as crystals. However, when it truly fought, it was not the least bit careless. It was like an immortal phoenix flying across the sky. Its entire body was burning with golden flames, and it immediately set a young expert aflame. It chirped lightly and spat out strands of divine chains of order, killing its opponent. Worthy of being a divine bird that ate the demonic god flower. Even Yifan could not help but sigh. The furry little thing of the past had become majestic and awe-inspiring. Pang Bo's hands were not idle. He knocked the gold-eating beast until it deformed, and together with his Tao body, they crushed forward together. His bronze-colored body was as sturdy as an iron tower as he tore another person apart. On the other side, Jianghu lightly shouted and danced like a goddess. Her purple clothes fluttered, and her figure was soft as she crossed the waves. She drew upon the origin of the demonic gods and essence energy in this ancient land, suppressing the heroes in front of her. At the same time, strands of fiend god essence chi were poured into the bodies of Yifan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others, and it could be said to be of the utmost importance. When Yifan's real body attacked Sanlang Junjin Shi, a group of people besieged him. His Taoist body stepped forward to help, but was stopped. However, he wasn't at a disadvantage because Pang Bo, Jianghu and the others were helping out. Heavenly Genesis runes were spreading under his feet, emitting dazzling golden light. Pooh! The instant he charged forward, a person's body exploded, pulverized by Yifan's heaven-defying Genesis technique. His body was split into dozens of pieces, dying a violent death. Sacrifice the diagram and kill him. Great Golden Snake Lang Jun said coldly. He was very decisive and did not hold anything back. He wanted to combine the four-horned winged serpent formation. Chi! 2 waves of primal chaos rushed out from the top of his head, wrapping around the 2 diagrams. One was originally his, and the other was left behind by the fallen golden snake Erlangjun. On the other side, Sanlang Junjin Shi, who had almost fallen into a dangerous situation, had a sinister expression on his face. Primal chaos rushed into the heavens above his head as he activated the formation diagram, suppressing towards Yifan. The 4th brother was the same. He was almost bloodthirsty, and his eyes were scarlet red. He released a heaven-overflowing killing intent as he struck out with the 4th diagram. It was terrifying beyond compare. The 4-horned formation diagram rumbled with thunder. The radiance of the creation of the world lingered around it, accompanied by the surging primal chaos. This was a great killing weapon left behind by the winged serpent bloodline's ancient ancestor. 20 to 30 years ago, the 4 young Langjuns of the Golden Snake race had used this to resist the Great Sage. They weren't at a disadvantage, and they even almost killed the Grey Flood Dragon. Yifan reached out his right hand, and his palm and fingers struck towards the sky. The 4-horned formation diagram merged and was about to suppress downwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth split, but he went up to meet it. Primal chaos surged. The other young supreme beings' expressions all changed. They immediately understood that this was the winged serpent bloodline's ancestral artifact. It was finally being used. However, at this moment, the golden great Longjuan's expression also changed. He finally understood why his younger brother died in battle. Not even the winged serpent formation diagram was enough. After Yifan's right palm suffered a tremendous pressure, it unexpectedly began to release green light. There was an artifact that merged with his flesh palm and fingers. It was extremely terrifying. Even though it didn't reveal its true form, it didn't fear the winged serpent formation diagram. This left the golden great Lang Jun shocked. He immediately thought of many things. His most powerful spiritual senses reached out, and then all of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. He was horrified. Retreat! Hurry and retreat! The golden snake great Lang Jun roared, anxiously shouting at his 2 younger brothers. He himself was the first to move. He clearly sensed that the merged winged serpent formation diagram actually possessed a hint of fear. It felt apprehension towards Yi Fan's right palm that was releasing green light. This was an inconceivable matter. This was naturally the damaged green copper cauldron. Yi Fan couldn't use it or activate it, at least not with his current Saint King level. Only when the green copper cauldron felt great pressure would it awaken. Without a doubt, the winged serpent formation diagram could bring about this type of pressure. It possessed a type of world-splitting aura, and it was rumored to be an ancient artifact from the Age of Legends. No one would have thought that the golden snake Great Lang Jun would retreat and even call out to his two brothers to escape. This defied common sense. One has to understand that the winged serpent formation diagram had just been revived. This type of great killing artifact was something even the current great sage felt apprehension towards. If it wasn't sealed, then it would be even more heaven-defying. Some people speculated that this might be a sealed quasi-emperor artifact. However, now that he had such an advantage, the moment the formation diagram pressed down, Golden Snake Great Lang Jun retreated as if he had seen a ghost. This did not make sense. Moreover, the four corners of the formation diagram had separated. Golden Snake Great Lang Jun summoned back his two corners, not daring to let it press down. It was as if he was afraid of being destroyed. Yi Fan sighed softly in his heart. Golden Snake Great Lang Jun was indeed terrifying. This was an extraordinary opponent. His spiritual senses were actually so sharp that he could sense that something bad was about to happen. This was a terrifying instinct. Golden Snake Fourth Lang Jun obeyed his brother's words and also retreated in an instant. Only Golden Snake Third Lang Jun hesitated slightly. It was precisely because of this hesitation that he was unable to escape. Rumble! Yi Fan's right palm emitted a green lustrous light as it slapped towards the horn formation diagram. In the end, the winged serpent formation diagram escaped on its own and rushed into the clouds. This! Golden Snake Third Lang Jun was shocked. He then quickly rushed into the sky. In the eyes of others, he was obeying his brother's orders and fled into the distance. Only he knew that he was following the formation diagram. Why was this happening? The winged serpent ancient diagram was actually afraid. Yi Fan sneered. His body turned into a shadow and rushed forward. In an instant, he caught up to Golden Snake Third Lang Jun. The moment the winged serpent formation diagram disintegrated, the dilapidated ancient cauldron that Yi Fan had smelted in his right palm dimmed. The extremely powerful aura that had just appeared disappeared again. He was truly too calm. This cauldron would never awaken unless provoked. Yi Fan himself was strong enough to kill Golden Snake Third Lang Jun. The huge palm slapped down like a golden mountain falling down. Big brother, what are you doing? Come back and kill him. Golden Snake Third Lang Jun turned around to face the enemy. He really wanted to drink the blood of the human race's divine physique. His heart was filled with hatred. Run! Golden Snake Third Lang Jun roared. Too late. Yi Fan sneered. Just now, the green cauldron had scared Golden Snake Third Lang Jun away. Now, no one could save his brother. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist rumbled. At this moment, Yi Fan threw out 18 punches in a row. Each punch was fiercer than the last. No matter how the surrounding enemies attacked or how Golden Snake Third Lang Jun risked his life, it was all useless. With a boom, such a terrifying fist force was thrown out 18 times. How heaven-defying was this? One had to know that in the past, Yi Fan's fists were enough to kill great enemies. Ah! Golden Snake Third Lang Jun screamed miserably. He was directly blown up. Apart from him, another person was swept by the ripples and exploded on the spot. Big brother, save me. Golden Snake Third Lang Jun's primordial spirit rushed up, wanting to escape. In the end, Yi Fan grabbed him and forcefully tore him in half, destroying both his body and soul. This method was shocking. A powerful winged serpent was destroyed in front of everyone. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe and became even more afraid. Brother Golden Snake, what is the meaning of this? Many people were dissatisfied. It was clearly an excellent opportunity at the beginning, but in the end, the winged serpent array collapsed. Ah! Golden Snake Fourth Lang Jun roared in grief. His eyes were red, and he was about to rush forward. He loudly cursed, "Human race's sacred physique, I will kill you." Golden Snake Third Lang Jun pulled him back. His face was as gloomy as water. He did not say a word and stared at Yi Fan's right hand from afar. In another direction, Xianghu also frowned slightly. He had also felt it just now. It was very terrifying. Kill! Yi Fan's real body and avatar used the Genesis technique together. It was earth-shattering, and the entire mountain was submerged in brilliance, turning into a bright divine land. Boom! Golden Snake Third Lang Jun rushed over and exchanged a palm strike with Yi Fan. Then he flew out. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was frightening. He was actually sensing the aura of the green copper block just now. Let's go! He was very decisive and directly rushed into the distant sky. He did not even take revenge for his brother's death. Yi Fan sighed softly. He really hoped that Golden Snake Third Lang Jun would stay and use their winged serpent array to force the green copper block to show its might and then kill everyone. Unfortunately, after Golden Snake Third Lang Jun summoned the four-sided array, he directly tore the void and disappeared with Fourth Lang Jun and the gold-eating beast. With one of the giants gone, the others could not continue fighting because their battle power had been sharply reduced. They all flew away. Kill! This turned into a one-sided massacre. Golden runes flickered. Yi Fan used the Genesis technique to stabilize the situation. Pang Bo killed 2 enemies in a row and left bathed in blood. Ji Ziyue entangled a few people and actually had the power to suppress them. This exceeded everyone's expectations. She was just a cunning girl. They did not expect her to be so powerful. In the end, Xianghu used an ancestral weapon to tear the void and disappeared. The others all died, wiped out by Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing this place red. It was like a scene from hell. One had to understand that these were all young supreme beings, yet they were defeated so miserably in the end. More than 10 of them were defeated by a few people, their corpses abandoned and their bones abandoned. Blood dyed the ancient land. It was absolutely horrifying. There is only one supreme being in this world. The mountains rumbled. Great! It would be even better if another group of people came. We'll kill them all. Pang Bo felt like he had just exercised his muscles and bones. He still felt a bit unsatisfied. Longma was also very satisfied. How many people did they have? They killed a group of young supreme beings and defeated them. These were all supreme beings from different ancient regions, every single one of them extraordinary. Only the 12 saints were gloomy. Their cultivation levels were not high enough, so they couldn't go up and kill the enemy. They could only become spectators. There is a chance for you all to take action. 4 saints with several thousand years of lifespan, falling behind a few small realms isn't much. You will have plenty of time to catch up. Yi Fan said. He naturally dared to say these words. Now, there was a type of Bodhi tree that could allow the 12 saints to comprehend the Tao and cultivate under it. They would break through their respective bottlenecks sooner or later. Yi Fan walked forward, looking at that beautiful figure. Her purple clothes fluttered, her beautiful hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes were like black gemstones, clear and pure. Ji Ziyue had a type of transcendent spirituality. The corners of her lips curled up into a faint smile. Ziyue. Yi Fan spoke, softly calling her name. 100 years had passed since they parted. When they met again, they were already on the other side of the starry sky. Chapter 1446. The bright moonlight sprinkled down like smoke and mist. The mountains were quiet and secluded, and the shadows of the trees danced. It was as if a layer of gauze had been draped over them. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue strolled slowly. There was no need to say anything. Tears of joy, joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, speechlessness, all of that was unrealistic. As their footsteps landed, rustling sounds came from the moonlit forest. After experiencing the joy of reuniting, their hearts had calmed down. There was no need to say anything. Silence was better than words. Of course, after 100 years of separation, they naturally had many things to say on 2 sides of the starry sky. However, none of them were willing to break this peace and tranquility. Not far away, the lake was clear, reflecting the brilliant silver moon in the sky. They strolled here and walked around the lake. Their minds were clear. After experiencing all kinds of killing tribulations, charging through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, stepping on the ancient path of the starry sky, separated by the vast universe, they finally reunited under the starry sky. It was also a kind of beauty. Yi Fan had seen too many life and death situations on his path. He had stepped on the corpses of young supreme beings one after another. At this point, anyone would feel a little tired. Inadvertently looking back, he realized that what people cared about the most was a peaceful mood. At this time, there would always be some people appearing in front of him and some matters lingering in his heart. If life could be grasped and accompanied by these people and matters, feeling peaceful and satisfied, that might be blessings and happiness. A cool breeze blew past, bringing the fragrance of wild flowers and plants. It spread by the lakeside, adding a kind of natural tranquility to the moonlight. The clear moonlight sprinkled down, making the two people walking side by side hazy. At this moment, they felt a kind of peace and tranquility that came from the heart. "I thought you would cry." Yi Fan smiled. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at him and said disdainfully, "To say, what's there to cry about? That's the behavior of a child. Why don't you cry for me first?" She had a mischievous and crafty smile on her face. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons and a pair of dimples appeared on her face. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing her sparkling little canines. They were gently grinding as if they were about to bite. "But you can't look down on me the moment we meet, right?" Yi Fan smiled. "I want to suppress you, but I find it a little difficult, so I can only look down on you. Why don't you seal your cultivation and let me bully you? Don't worry, I'll just beat him up. He won't cry." Ji Ziyue giggled. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them naturally had a lot of feelings. However, Ji Ziyue was still the same as before, fresh and refined. She did not shed tears when they met, but teased Yi Fan in a relaxed manner. He had also felt sad. He had also looked up at the starry sky. He had also looked dejectedly at the other shore and murmured to himself. When he recalled the scene of parting, there was only sadness. A true reunion did not require tears. There was only understanding and understanding, as well as a different kind of relaxation. "It's different from what I imagined." Yi Fan touched his chin. "My tears are the Milky Way. They are very precious. Crying and wailing were the actions of a child. A peerless beauty like me, an immortal who has seen through the world of mortals, wants to say something, but it's a cool autumn." Ji Ziyue had a narcissistic and old-fashioned look, which made Yi Fan speechless. Of course, what she said might not be the true feelings. Crying and laughing might not be the true feelings. The most important thing was the feeling of understanding. "Let's eat, the picnic is starting." In the distance, Pang Bo, Longma and the others called out. There the myriad chi cauldron was rising and falling, propped up on the divine fire that rushed up from the earth's core. An alluring aroma wafted over. Without a doubt, this was a feast. Snake soup, roasted divine alligator meat, boiled turtle soup. There was everything that one could think of. It was so extravagant that it was too much for one's eyes to take in. So many young supreme beings had died just now, and many of them were ancient beasts. Naturally, there was no lack of ingredients. Put together like this, it could be called a sumptuous feast. The oil dripping from the roasted golden and glossy holy meat made sizzling sounds on the fire. The sparkling and translucent tendons emitted divine splendor, and the aroma spread for several miles. How could ordinary people see these delicacies? They melted the moment they entered their mouths, and their essence energy surged into the heavens. The soup was naturally brewed from the ancient celestial being's life-spring divine liquid, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. Pang Bo tore off a golden and glossy divine alligator elbow, divided it into several portions, and placed them on everyone's silver plates. He asked Ji Ziyue, "Although we've all stepped onto the ancient path, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You still haven't changed at all. Brother Haoyue, how are you?" Ji Ziyue smiled and said, "You've changed so much. You've become even more majestic. A person over 3 meters tall. I thought you were the descendant of the golden giant." Now, Pang Bo was taller than ordinary people. His muscles were like dragons and snakes coiling around his body, bulging and bulging. There was a kind of electricity flowing on his bronze-colored skin, making him incomparably sturdy. Hearing this, Pang Bo wanted to cry. "My miserable life, starting from me, is all because of the coffin. But speaking of which, you guys are pretty much the same. You were also forced to travel because of the coffin." The group of people laughed, deeply understanding Pang Bo's difficulties. Ji Ziyue's eyes flickered. She didn't understand what was going on. She revealed a doubtful expression and asked with a smile, "What's going on?" Sigh, it said that one won't shed tears until they see the coffin. My life is related to it. Pangbo sighed. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought him and Yi Fan out of earth. After that, his growth and breakthroughs were all related to the coffin. He ate the coffin lid of the immortal heavenly emperor's Tao comprehension tea tree, and gnawed on the immortality peach ancient divine coffin. Being pulled along by the coffin and gnawing on the coffin every day for so many years, my fate with it is too deep. It's so deep that I want to bite it. No, I want to vomit. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. Pangbo looked as though he had suffered a great deal of bitterness and hatred. What he obtained was really unconventional. With the demon monarch's ancient scriptures as the foundation, he had indirectly eaten the divine tree of comprehension and the dried peaches of immortality. Jianghu giggled, revealing her shiny canine teeth. You came here to look for us. Don't tell me you want to eat my ancestor's coffin? I'm warning you, it's made of stone, you can't bite through it. Everyone pounded the ground. Pangbo had a vexed expression. Under the moonlight, good wine and delicacies reunited with old friends. It was full of joy as everyone talked about their experiences and past events. Where is brother Hao Yue? Is he all right? He's not far from here. I've suppressed him. Ji Ziyue waved her little fist and said with a face full of excitement and pride. Everyone was speechless. Suppressing her own brother? To think she could say it out loud. It was quite funny. Yi Fan still remembered how her little face was flushed when she was drunk. She would clamor about suppressing her evil brother because he always cared about her. Who would have thought that it would actually come true today? When brother Hao Yue heard this back then, his forehead was full of black lines. He put all the blame on Yi, haha. Pangbo laughed loudly. I'm a heaven-warping divinity. This time, I can suppress him with a flip of my hand. Ji Ziyue drank a jar of aged wine. Her little face was flushed red again. She was a bit drunk, just like before. On the side, the little guy muttered in a low voice. He exposed her past and said, Big sis is bragging. It was clearly a sneak attack that suppressed me and Hao Yue. Nonsense, you're not allowed to expose me. Ji Ziyue shouted. The second jar of fine wine had already entered her stomach. She was truly a bit drunk, and blamed the little guy for helping others. Quang Dang. Longma suffered an unexpected calamity. A jar of wine was placed on his head, and it immediately made his forehead full of black lines. In the end, he was beaten until his face swelled. He revealed a lowly smile at the perpetrator and said, Fairy Ziyue, I heard that this place produces divine devil liquid. Have you seen it before? Everyone looked down on Longma. This fellow's skin was too thick. He threw away the jar of wine on his head and wiped off the wine. He continued to smile lowly as he inquired, You're not allowed to swindle this big sis precious liquid. The little guy was very protective of his master. He stared at Longma while panting with rage, ready to spit fire at any time. Little kid moved to the side. Longma did not care at all. He shamelessly asked Ji Ziyue to see what the divine devil liquid looked like. Ji Ziyue stretched her small waist and yawned. She took out a precious bottle and opened the lid. Let me see. Longma reacted quickly and received it. Then with a sincere expression he said, We're all on the same side, so I won't stand on ceremony. Have a taste first. Gudong. Gudong. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. He constantly smacked his lips and said to himself, Why doesn't the divine devil liquid have any taste? Is it transparent? Ji Ziyue softly grunted with a nasal voice and shouted that she wanted to drink again. The little guy hurriedly stopped her, saying that she was drunk. Damn horse, you're almost finished. Yi Fan grabbed Longma's neck, telling it not to be so greedy. It's fine, I still have more. Ji Ziyue flipped her hand and handed another bottle to Longma. There was so much divine devil liquid? One had to know that this bottle was equivalent to a lake. The bottle contained the laws of space, and the interior was vast and extremely huge. I can't drink anymore. Longma burped. It was as if he had drunk all the water in the lake. However, he still took the second bottle and said curiously, Why don't I feel anything? The effects of the divine devil liquid aren't that obvious. Following the principle of killing the wrong person, he forced himself to drink the second bottle and said casually, Don't stare at me. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Furthermore, Miss Ziyue has so much on her, so everyone must have a share. Seeing Ji Ziyue hand over the third bottle, it really couldn't take it anymore. That was because its big belly was already bulging. One had to know that this was equivalent to 2 lakes of liquid. Why is there so much divine devil liquid? Longma was suspicious. It had a bad feeling as it looked at Ji Ziyue. Ji Ziyue's beautiful eyes were hazy as she said, "Oh, you're talking about the divine devil liquid? There's very little, only a small half of the gourd. It needs to be soaked in water for the body to have the best effects." What did I drink just now? The dragon horse was anxious. Its big belly was trembling, and it was shaking like a waterbed. Ji Ziyue rubbed her white forehead and said, "Oh, the one you're talking about. The divine devil liquid is too rare and very strong. It needs to be refined with water. What you drank was the best quality water source. 2 whole lakes." Longma wanted to cry but no tears came out. It actually drank a stomach full of water. It felt like vomiting. It ran to the side and lay there to vomit. In the end, the scene was incomparably spectacular. A large river was formed, surging out from its mouth. Soon, a large lake appeared downstream, surging with great momentum. Ha ha! The group of people laughed loudly. Longma gritted its teeth and cursed. "Naughty little girl, you offended me. You don't want to live anymore, do you? I'll teach you a lesson in the future." "TSK, I wasn't even afraid of that black dog back then, let alone you." Ji Ziyue was no longer drunk. She was very sober. She blinked her large eyes and held her chin. She watched it spit out water and pursed her lips in joy. When Longma heard this, he immediately felt admiration. In its words, the Black Emperor was a role model of his generation, but he was not in this girl's eyes. This girl was worth befriending. Chapter 1447. The little guy truly is astonishing. It's only been around 100 years, yet he has grown to this stage. "This is rarely seen since ancient times," said Yifan. He still remembered the scene from back then. The golden eggshell cracked open, and a furry little thing appeared. It was only the size of a fist, and looked like a small pom-pom. It was extremely cute, but now, it was actually a Saint King-level expert. The bonfire throbbed, and everyone looked towards the lightning phoenix. This made the little guy feel embarrassed. He lowered his head, and his divine feathers shone brilliantly as he buried his head beside Ji Ziyue. With the help of the demonic god flower, he truly advanced by leaps and bounds. "Big brother and I jumped in fright," said Ji Ziyue. This little thing's cultivation time was shorter than everyone else's, yet he was not weaker than anyone here. This naturally shocked the eyes of the divine king Ji Haoyue, shocking him for a long period of time. "If this continues, he will surpass all the young supreme beings on the ancient road," said Pangbo. Ji Ziyue shook her head and said, "After so many years, he has already realized something. After listening to the void ancient scriptures and the great emperor's notes, he now focuses on refining his Tao soul, and is no longer in a hurry to break through." "That's also true. His foundation must be solid." Yifan nodded. "I can see that his foundation is very solid, and his future accomplishments will definitely be extraordinary. Speaking of which, to break through several levels of the Saint King realm in less than 100 years, isn't this already considered rare?" asked Pangbo. Everyone shook their heads together. This was indeed fast, but it was impossible for it to be the fastest record. According to the records, there was someone who cultivated to the peak of the great sage realm in less than 100 years of age, leaving his name in history. "This is the fastest record," said the Golden Lion. "So fast." Even Yifan was shocked. What kind of speed was this? It was simply unheard of. His cultivation was also fast enough. It was only 100 years, yet he broke through to the deeper levels of the Saint King realm. He wasn't much slower than the little guy. Yes, this is the fastest recorded record. As for those terrifying records that haven't been recorded in history, then it's hard to say. The Black Bear Saint shook his head. "What is this person's name? Which great emperor is he?" asked Pangbo. "His name is Du Mu." Not only was he the most stunning genius of that era, he was also one of the most powerful bloodline experts since ancient times. "He came from the god race," said the Golden Lion. "I've never heard of such a great emperor." Pangbo was suspicious. The Black Bear Saint interrupted. "Yes, because he's been stuck at the great sage's despair realm his entire life. Dumu, so it's him. Yi Fan nodded. He had read many ancient texts and had seen this name before. However, he had never thought that it would be a king of the god race with such a background. How could this be? Doesn't it mean that he spent 100 years to reach the peak of the great sage, and then he didn't improve even half a step until his death? Longma was confused. Just because one's cultivation speed is fast doesn't mean that they will definitely be able to obtain a supreme Dao fruit. Gzus sighed and gave a few more examples. In ancient times, there was a person who became a saint in his 20s, shocking the world and shocking everyone. He was known as a genius, but in the end, he was only a saint king. There were also people who were late bloomers. In the beginning, they were not good, but later on, they made great progress. They felt like the setting sun was past its prime, but they suddenly became glorious again. There was no need to talk about the great sage and quasi-emperor. There were many examples. It was rumored that during the archaic era, there was someone who barely became a saint at the age of 5,000. After painstakingly cultivating, he finally became an emperor at the age of 6,000, ruling an era. Under normal circumstances, those who could become great emperors all broke through when their blood energy was at its most vigorous. Becoming an emperor at the age of 6,000 could be said to be rarely seen since ancient times. There were many examples that proved that those who advanced quickly in the early stages had a great advantage, but they might not necessarily be able to cultivate a supreme Dao fruit. On the other hand, those with mediocre aptitudes and slow progress might not necessarily have a bumpy road. There was a chance that they would catch up and become late bloomers. That's why I said that, little guy. You have to be humble and cultivate seriously. Rising up early doesn't count for much. Only by breaking through the great sage's despair realm will you be able to do so. Since ancient times, 90% of the heavenly geniuses have all met a tragic end. Gzue warned the little guy. The lightning phoenix's divine feathers were bright and beautiful, and its eyes were like black gemstones. However, right now, it was like a little chick pecking at rice as it earnestly nodded its head, obedient to Gzue's words. Cough, if that's the case, then this great one is destined to become an emperor at the age of 6,000. It truly makes people feel helpless. Longma boasted shamelessly. Your skin is too thick. The little guy muttered. Of course. Longma did not feel ashamed, and instead felt proud. He believed that one had to be thick-skinned to live in this world, or else they would suffer losses. There were countless facts that could prove this. That night, they talked a lot. The 12 saints were greatly encouraged. Falling behind today didn't mean much, and there was no need to struggle for a few years to rise up. Moreover, their cultivation speed truly wasn't slow. It was only a bit lacking compared to a heaven-defying monster like Yi Fan. Advancing was something that would happen sooner or later. If they were all like Yi Fan, rushing up from the back and quickly catching up to the young supreme beings, then those people would commit suicide in grief and indignation. Having one or two of these people wasn't strange at all. If it was a group of people, then how would the supreme experts of this world feel? Early in the morning, the bright red sun leapt over the mountaintop, illuminating the mist with all sorts of colors. Only after a long time did the rosy clouds slowly disperse. Gzue led the way towards her brother's place of isolation. Of course, everyone was enveloped by the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, making it hard for outsiders to detect them. Through last night's conversation, they understood the experiences of these two siblings. During these past few years, Gzue and her brother practically never interacted with anyone else. Ever since they discovered traces of the 9-layered coffin, they always chased after the Void Emperor's coffin. No one else could hear the ancient coffin chanting scriptures, and only she and Gzue could hear it. The first time they met, they already knew that this was their ancestor's corpse coffin. The siblings naturally didn't lack emperor scriptures, and they grasped the complete profound mysteries of the void. However, while following it, they obtained a handwritten message that contained various thoughts and comprehensions, which were equivalent to cultivation experiences. This type of scripture was priceless, and was not inferior to emperor scriptures. Its significance was incomparably great. After so many years, the ancient coffin soared through the universe, entering deep into many ancient lands and seeing many beauties of heaven and earth. Some ancient regions even had traces left behind by the Void Emperor when he was young. It was as if they had walked through them again. In the end, they climbed onto the ancient coffin and entered together, arriving here. The divine demon liquid was the most heaven-defying fortune for them. After decades of continuous transformation, they were reborn. Not only could this liquid change one's physique, but it could also allow one to obtain an ancient inheritance. It contained many fragments of the great Tao of primordial gods and demons, and it was the amalgamation of countless scriptures. Of course, each inheritance was incomplete and couldn't be complete. Only the imprint of the blood essence and soul bone was left in the world, manifesting itself. Ji Ziyue had done something to her brother's body, and she could sense his safety from far away. She pointed at a mountain peak and said proudly, "I suppressed him in the depths of the earth vein, and all kinds of formations fused together. Unless he breaks through, he won't be able to escape." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The pitiful Ji Haoyue always had a stern face, and he was too strict with his sister. Finally, he was bullied by this girl, and they didn't know what expression he would have when he jumped out. Naturally, no one would disturb him. Using the divine demon liquid to baptize and undergo a transformation would depend on the situation. It might take a long time, and it would vary from person to person. They waited here patiently. During this time, Ji Ziyue took out a small purple jar to give to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Shockingly, it was the divine demon liquid inside. The moment the lid of the jar was opened, a fragrance rushed out. The sparkling and translucent liquid flickered with brilliance, and then, phantoms rushed out like the roars of gods and demons. "You should take care of this first. It might be of great use in the future," Yi Fan said. Pang Bo also nodded. They had obtained the elixir of immortality and the divine liquid left behind by the lotus the arch. In recent years, they had advanced by leaps and bounds, and they didn't need to rely on such external items to break through. Now, the most important thing was to create their own Tao and comprehend their own Dharma. For half a month, Ji Haoyue didn't come out of seclusion, and he was still trying to break through. Through the Genesis technique, Yi Fan saw a large cocoon floating in the earth vein, emitting a powerful aura. Of course, only such Genesis techniques could see a thing or two. The bottom was drowned in endless complex formation runes, and it was difficult for outsiders to detect it. Yi Fan felt that it wasn't safe, so he set up the heaven-deceiving formation runes, completely sealing off the area. During this time, Great Gentleman Golden Snake, Xianghu, the celestial race's goddess, the earth corpse, the heaven-swallowing beast, Tian, and the others all appeared. Moreover, the great sage swept through the area, and it was obvious that he was lured here. Who is so vicious to actually attract the great sage? If this continues, there will most likely be an accident, Pang Bo said. This was because some of the great sage directly shattered the heaven and earth, indiscriminately attacking many mountain ranges and ancient ridges. If they were to hit this area, they would definitely blast Ji Haoyue out. Another day passed, and the human race's Tao protector Tian appeared. He was like a faint shadow as he swept through this area, and he didn't stop. This was already the sixth great sage, and it was obvious that someone was lured here. Otherwise, how could they all coincidentally appear in this area? Rumble! In the distance, sand and stones flew, and smoke surged. Mountain peaks were annihilated like flying ashes, and a divine diagram covered the sky. That was the spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram. As it swept past, nothing could stop it. Just the fluctuations alone were enough to turn many mountains and rivers into ashes. The only fortunate thing was that the divine elder drove it far away, and it didn't sweep this area. Otherwise, Yi Fan would have already considered forcefully digging Ji Haoyue out and carrying him away. He's coming out. I feel that Big Brother has awakened. That cocoon is about to crack. More than 20 days passed, and Ji Ziyue sensed something. At this time, the little guy revealed an expression of worry. He looked towards Yi Fan, and asked him if he had offended Ji Haoyue. This made him stare blankly. He was confused, and asked why. Big Brother Haoyue said that he was going to kill you. He's about to awaken now, so you should hurry and leave. The little guy was deeply worried as he seriously said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Ji Ziyue knocked him. "It's true. Big Brother Haoyue has been talking about this for so many years. He said that he wanted to kill that brat, and that one day, he would go to the other side of the starry sky to find him. I once asked him who that person was. His expression was unsightly, and he said that it was a bastard. Later on, he muttered to himself that it was Yi Fan," said the little guy seriously. Ji Ziyue's face reddened for the first time. She looked towards the sky, and ignored Pang Bo, Longma, and the others' gazes. It was clear that Jianghu was angry because of his younger sister, and wanted to take care of Yi Fan. Longma had a rare opportunity, so how could he let it go? He clicked his tongue and said, "Brother-in-law wants to kill brother-in-law to prove his Tao. Is there still justice in this world? Brat Yi, I suggest that when you meet him later, you should beat him up first, and let him understand that the bigger fist is the better logic." When Yi Fan heard its shameless words, he raised his hand to suppress it. Longma hurriedly jumped to the side, and with an expression of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, he said, "Beating brother-in-law is the better logic. Little guy, open your mouth. It's time to drink the demonic god elixir." Ziyue took out the purple jade jar, and called for the lightning phoenix. Upon seeing this, Longma immediately had a despicable expression on his face. He eagerly ran over and said, "In my opinion, if I meet this kind of brother-in-law, I should beat him up. In a while, I will definitely help brother Hao Yue, whom I have never met before. I feel that he and I hit it off quite well, so we are definitely on the same path." A group of people looked at him with disdain. This bastard's skin was too thick. Even Longma's underlings, the 12 saints, all looked as if they did not know him, and distanced themselves from him. Right at this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The veins of the earth exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. A huge divine cocoon rushed out from the depths of the earth, and immortal energy was dense. The cocoon was covered in cracks. Chapter 1448. Hundreds of thousands of boulders pierced through the sky. At first, it was as if black clouds covered the sky, creating a large black mass that was full of pressure. However, when one looked again, it was as if shooting stars were flying through the world. They were all melting, and fiery light danced about. Rivers of stars poured down in torrents, dazzling everyone's eyes. This was a type of great pressure. The sky exploded, and the earth turned into magma. It rushed upwards, roasting the plants until they withered and turned them into ashes. Mountains collapsed, turning them into dust. This was not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made fluctuation. Jianghu had shed his mortal body and exchanged his bones. After so many years, it was unknown just how many times he had transformed. He flew out from the depths of the earth vein. This giant cocoon was bobbing up and down. It was covered densely with cracks, and there were tens of thousands of patterns. Its shape was extremely strange, and vaguely resembled a Tao character. 3,600 strands of auspicious energy descended from it. It really reached this step, Ziyue said to herself. She and Jianghu deduced together, and after understanding all of the demonic god liquid's profound mysteries, they speculated on the heights one could reach after shedding their mortal body and changing their bones. Now it all came true. We can do it the next time we transform. The little guy was very excited. Seeing how mysterious Jianghu's cocoon was and how it blended with the Tao, he was extremely excited. Roar! In the surroundings of that large cocoon, void images appeared one after another. Those were archaic gods and devils roaring. They all appeared and surrounded the surroundings, making them look extremely terrifying. This was the embodiment of inheritance. The divine body originally had a blood relationship with the archaic gods and devils. Now that it was refined into the precious symbol liquid, there would naturally be all kinds of strange phenomena. Kacha! The large cocoon cracked apart, and the old skin began to fall off along with the cocoon. Blazing multicolored light was revealed from within, illuminating the entire sky. It was extremely astonishing. Hong long glong. Suddenly, enormous lightning covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a flood as it engulfed the vast sky. However, they were extremely dazzling as they whistled over. The enemy had arrived. The fluctuations from Jianghu's final breakthrough were a bit too great, drawing the attention of the surrounding experts. One of them directly made a killing move, controlling a silver dragon scissors to kill. The two flood dragons' bodies blazed with silver light, emitting tens of thousands of zhong of radiance. They intersected together, forming a large pair of scissors that cut towards Jianghu's giant cocoon. This was not a single person, but rather a group of experts. The one in the lead was the heaven-swallowing beast that possessed the most powerful ancient bloodline. This pair of scissors was released by him of ear-splitting thunder. Jianghu could not be interrupted at this critical moment, or else the transformation might fail. Yi Fan took action. An inch-tall small cauldron rushed out from between his brows, shattering the heavens. It turned into a streak of immortal radiance, directly rushing over, striking the silver dragon shears, making this place release endless lightning radiance. With a gotcha sound, a small hole was smashed open on the precious cocoon, almost breaking the two dragons. Who is it? The heaven-swallowing beast was furious. This was its weapon, forged from rarely seen divine materials. It never expected that it would be blasted through. The two silver dragons' radiance grew dim. Yi Fan soared into the sky. His black hair fell to his waist, and his eyes glowed like torches. From head to toe, he emitted an imposing aura of conquering 3,000 worlds and supremacy in the universe, and it was terrifying. It's the human saint body. Not good, the human race's saint physique is guarding here. When the group of people saw Yi Fan appear in the sky, their expressions all changed. News of the battle not long ago had already spread through this region. The younger generation all felt restraining fear towards him. He killed a holy spirit, killed a flying dragon snake, and swept through many young supreme beings. He was invincible, and no one dared to look down on him. They were all extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. We came for the divine demonic liquid. We don't want to become enemies with you. Someone shouted. Nonsense, the divine demonic liquid you all want is on Yi Fan's brother-in-law. As the brother-in-law, how could he just watch as you all behave atrociously? Hurry up and go on your way. Longma shouted from behind. Right now, it was eagerly following at Jianghu's side for the sake of the divine demonic liquid. It obviously had to be a bit more proactive, already preparing to take action. Everyone's expressions became cold, because as Yi Fan pressed forward, that small cauldron suddenly enlarged and floated above his head. The two of them merged together, and the heavens rumbled. Behind them, Longma was rather flashy. He immediately used the 3 pure transformation secret technique, and his two bodies pressed forward with a loud rumble. Meanwhile, Pangbo and Jianghu's bodies also shone, each displaying their own images and divine forms as they pressed forward. The little guy released a phoenix cry and drew a brilliant rainbow as he also charged forward, preparing to take action. The strength of a high-level Saint King was completely displayed. Go! The heaven-swallowing beast inwardly estimated each other's strength, and did not clash head-on. It had already heard that Yi Fan was proficient in Genesis techniques, and that he held the advantage in this graveyard of gods and devils. Otherwise, the reason why the Golden Snake Prince, Golden Devouring Beast, Holy Spirit and the others were defeated was related to this. There will be a battle sooner or later to decide who is number one. The heaven-swallowing beast was full of ambition. This was the graveyard of archaic gods and devils, so it was prepared to devour all the blood and bones within the mountain to obtain an unequaled body. Right now, it had only been a month since it entered, so it did not want to fight against a few powerful enemies. It would not be too late to wait until the day it matured before sweeping through all the enemies. Although the group was unwilling, they still retreated in the end. With the human race's sacred physique guarding this place, it truly gave them an enormous pressure. With the combination of its battle strength and Genesis techniques, not many people dared to face it head-on in this ancient land where the essence of gods and devils wreaked havoc. In the next hour, several auras appeared one after another. When they sensed Yi Fan, they all retreated. They were resentful but helpless. One of them was Golden Snake Prince and his group. The Golden Devouring Beast said in a deep voice, "He can only defend now and cannot run. Do we not have a chance to kill him? His battle strength and Genesis techniques are secondary. What I fear is the weapon in his hand, which is even more powerful than my race's ancestral artifact, the Flying Serpent Formation." Golden Snake Prince's eyes were ice-cold as he stared ahead. "Let's lure out the great sage and kill with a borrowed knife. We'll kill them all." Golden Snake Prince's eyes were blood-red. Both of his elder brothers had died at the hands of Yi Fan. This hatred could not be resolved. If possible, he wanted to swallow Yi Fan's flesh and blood one bite at a time. It's too late. That divine body is about to complete its transformation. It's already too late to lure out the great sage. Now we have another powerful enemy. Golden Snake Prince's eyes were incomparably cold. These people cursed and left with unwillingness. They did not make a move. Pangbo and the others were glad that the great sage did not appear during this process. Everything passed safely. No one attacked, and a bloody battle was avoided. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering could be heard continuously. The large cocoon completely exploded, and large pieces fell off. A powerful figure shot out like lightning and quickly wrapped himself in a layer of clothes. Mist surged, and a figure stood there, scanning the surroundings. His eyes were like two balls of flame that were leaping about. He was extremely powerful. Jianghu came out of seclusion. He had been reborn, and his true body was extremely powerful. He quickly saw Pang Bo, Longma, and the others, and was stunned. Then, he saw Yi Fan, and his eyebrows immediately rose. He actually suppressed his realm at the last moment. Otherwise, he might have rushed to the 7th layer of the Saint King realm. Now, he is in the 6th layer like Yi Fan. Longma was shocked. The path of cultivators became more difficult the further they went. It was full of thorns and bumps, and it was difficult to advance. No one had expected Jianghu's transformation to be so terrifying. He had obviously suppressed himself and left it for a breakthrough in the future. He did not want to advance too quickly. With a boom, the mist around Jianghu exploded. His entire body shone, and he was like a divine lord descending to the world. He was heroic and imposing. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyebrows reached his temples. His eyes were like stars as he directly rushed over. He did not say a word and attacked Yi Fan as soon as he arrived. His hands moved, and wind and thunder appeared. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. He was like a divine king descending to the world. It was terrifying beyond compare. "Brother, what are you doing?" Jianghu called out. "Not good. Brother-in-law is really going crazy. He wants to kill brother-in-law to prove his Tao. Who should I help?" Longma wanted the world to be in chaos, and he jeered from the side. Yi Fan was helpless. He could not use his full strength and face the enemy passively. He raised his golden fist and rushed over to fight Jianghu. This was a true divine body. His entire body shone, and every palm resonated with the heavenly Tao, causing the sky to rumble. Now, Jianghu had mastered the heavenly art. Yi Fan's fist was calm. There was no domineeringness or killing intent. There was only a kind of invincible faith as he faced this old friend head-on. Fist and palm collided. Rumbling sounds rang out, and all sorts of ripples appeared in the sky. The mountain range below was flung up like paper, crumbling in the air. Jianghu's palm trembled as he shifted 3,000 feet horizontally, executing a secret art. The space around him froze, wanting to imprison Yi Fan. Also, his forehead shone like an ancient mirror, shining with resplendent light. This wasn't a weapon, but a void divine art. His immortal foundation was brightly lit, and he could refine the void. Yi Fan's divine form appeared, shattering the void and breaking free from his sealed state. A small golden figure appeared in front of the center of his brows, executing a divine art. With a rumbling punch, he shattered the divine light shining from his opponent's forehead. Suddenly, the waves surged, and the sound of waves rang out incessantly. A jade sea surged as a bright moon rose up, appearing behind Jianghu. Bright moon rising from the sea. This was Jianghu's supreme phenomenon, one of the most powerful innate treasured elephants of the ancient times. At this moment, it rumbled, and the sea towered up into the sky. The bright moon pressed down, and terrifying fluctuations gushed out. Yi Fan laughed lightly. Was Jianghu testing him, or was he showing mercy? He actually used a phenomenon to deal with him. At this moment, all sorts of phenomena appeared behind him, forming a blurry picture. It was like a cosmos, but also like a humanoid being nurtured in the primal chaos. With a boom, the bright moon above the sea disintegrated and was about to disappear. However, all of a sudden, the roars of gods and devils resounded as gods and devils appeared, rushing towards Yi Fan. This was like a divine form, but also like a phenomenon. It froze the bright moon above the sea, and the two fused together. Under the moonlight, numerous archaic gods and devils lined up, their divine might towering into the heavens. Yi Fan's expression turned heavy as he treated this seriously. He no longer dared to be careless. With a display of his phenomenon, it swept through the heavens, resisting the gods and devils. Hong Long Glong. An intense collision occurred here. Two powerful experts fought against each other, and the phenomenon was astonishing. Divine might towered into the heavens, and countless wondrous techniques were unleashed. Occasionally, there would be a clash between the 9 secrets and the Void Emperor's forbidden art. Little brat Yi, don't hold back anymore. Could it be that you're afraid of injuring your brother-in-law? Longma jeered. Xiao Badian, suppress this horse for me. Ji Ziyue glared at it and had the lightning phoenix fight. A streak of lightning flew out, directly pouncing towards Longma. I was wrong. Divine King, do you dare to put in a bit more effort and suppress that bastard surname D? Longma laughed loudly. Divine multicolored light covered the sun as the two great experts fought for supremacy. Streaks of light flew about, and even though they both held back and couldn't fight to the death, it was still abnormally intense. An hour later, a loud sound rang out, and Longma was sent flying by a powerful force. The two great experts closed in, and the battle ended. Yi Fan's long sleeves were torn apart, revealing his arms. There was a faint finger imprint on them, and apart from this, his body flowed with luster, as if it was cast from divine gold. It emitted an extremely powerful aura. Ji Haoyue's clothes were completely undamaged, but his handsome face was a bit out of harmony. There was a bruise over his left eye, and it was clear that he received a heavy blow. Brat, you're really something, beating up your brother-in-law as soon as we met. This debt will have to be settled slowly. Longma laughed heartily. Chapter 1449. God King Body Ji Haoyue's eyes were bruised like a panda's. When he heard Longma's words, he frowned and stared at him. Yi Fan felt awkward. They hadn't met for 100 years and he attacked Ji Haoyue the moment they met. It was a little inappropriate. However, he couldn't be blamed. God Body Ji Haoyue fought him the moment they met. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Brother Haoyue, how have you been? Pangbo helped him out and laughed out loud. God Body Ji Haoyue wasn't old-fashioned, but as his cultivation grew stronger, he gained a sense of majesty. He didn't smile much and usually looked very serious. This was also the reason why Ji Ziyue was rebellious and always wanted to suppress him. After 100 years, you have really turned into a big demon. Ji Haoyue nodded. Pangbo was also embarrassed. Speaking of physique, he was really half human and half demon. His blood had the ancient demon race's god blood inheritance. It suddenly awakened during the Big Dipper and he obtained the demon race's Dao fragments. Now, he had human blood and demon race characteristics. Especially the Dao fragments in his blood, it allowed him to transform into a big demon day after day. This is the God King. You are indeed extraordinary. I feel like old friends with you. One look and I can tell that we are on the same path. Longma went up to curry favor. Ji Haoyue wasn't inflexible and nodded at this thick-skinned fellow. He only didn't have a good expression towards Yi Fan. It seemed like he wanted to fight again. Brother. Ji Ziyue dragged out the last syllable and shook her brother's arm. Her voice was extremely sweet. Okay, let bygones be bygones. Ji Haoyue glanced at Yi Fan and said. Then he turned around and faced Ji Ziyue. You actually sneak-attacked me and hit your own brother. You are really becoming more and more promising. Ji Ziyue pursed her lips and said happily, I will pay attention next time and won't be so violent. There will be a next time? Ji Haoyue was speechless. He didn't know what to do when he met such a weird sister. He couldn't beat or scold her. However, because he was too strict, he suffered a serious backlash. Can't I prove that I can suppress you once in a while? Ji Ziyue muttered softly. No. Then I insist on trying. When everyone heard this, they all secretly laughed. This pair of brother and sister was really funny. One insisted on putting on the dignified appearance of the elder brother, while the other resisted to the end. Brother Haoyue. Yi Fan coughed. This was not a place to stay for long. The great sage would most likely appear soon, so he suggested that they leave first. An hour later, they arrived at a peaceful place. The mountain peak wasn't tall, and there was a clear spring that flowed down, forming a silver waterfall. Thin mist curled about it. The surroundings were filled with lakes and verdant trees, and it was a rare paradise that was extremely suitable for comprehending the Tao and cultivating. After not seeing each other for many years, Ji Haoyue had an imposing appearance and looked even more spirited than before. Of course, the black eye slightly ruined his beauty, but he was not in a hurry to remove it. Now, you've really grown. How many people in the same generation as you are can be your match? Ji Haoyue asked. It's hard to say, Yi Fan replied honestly. Although he had the belief that he was invincible, the universe was too big. Who dared to say that they were truly invincible? Great Gentleman Golden Snake, Xianghu, could be judged by a single battle, But what about the other unknown people? Wu, Huang Shudao, Sacred Prince, Divine Silkworm Taoist, Fire Qilin. These people all possess bloodlines that are unparalleled under the heavens. It's really hard to say, Pangbo said. I wonder how the Sacred Prince is doing. Where exactly did he go? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He clearly remembered that the monkey also said that he wanted to continue on his way, but he might not enter the human race's ancient path. According to his temperament, he most likely killed his way into the depths of the starry skies, and most likely turned one of the ancient paths upside down. When old friends were mentioned, GZ was naturally brought up. This made the G siblings feel a little strange. What kind of friendship was this? Yi Fan and GZ called each other brothers, and they even had this kind of relationship. This was truly a muddled account. They truly didn't know how to address each other when they met in the future. If we talk about bloodlines, the Heavenly Prince is the best. He can be said to be number one under the heavens, truly incomparable. His bones and blood are the closest to deities, Jianghu said. Back then, when they were in Big Dipper, he had seen the Heavenly Prince and felt that incomparable bloodline. He asked Yi Fan how this person was doing now. I killed him, Yi Fan said. What? You killed the Heavenly Prince? The Ji siblings were greatly shocked. When they left, the ancient race's power was great. The Heavenly Prince was like the midday sun, vaguely showing signs of becoming the second undying Heavenly Emperor. According to that speed, he would definitely be able to rule the world. Me, GZ, and the Sacred Prince fought against the 8 divine generals, Fire Qilin, and the others. In the end, we removed the Heavenly Prince's head and killed him on the spot. Yi Fan calmly said. He recounted the events that happened in detail. At that time, it involved several ancient princes. Huang Shudao, Fire Qilin, and Hua Lin all participated in the battle. It was an exceptionally difficult battle. A battle that made one's blood boil. Unfortunately, I wasn't there. Pangbo sighed. At that time, he was the same as Jianghu, and had long stepped onto the starry sky's ancient path. The Heavenly Prince died just like that. That was the son of the undying Heavenly Emperor. Jianghu sighed. When Yi Fan heard him say this, he thought of that terrifying stone inscription. The undying heavenly blade suppressed the heavens, and below it was a stone egg. What would happen in the future? Even if one has the world's #1 physique, they might not be able to laugh until the end. Moreover, with such a great era coming, it's hard to say whether or not the Heavenly Prince has the world's #1 bloodline, Yi Fan said. It was because he thought of some legends. Whether or not Dizun left behind descendants, whether or not the primal chaos physique would truly come into this world, whether or not the innate saint physique would appear, whether or not a supreme being would be born from the deities. Since it was a great era, they naturally had to consider all the strongest bloodlines from ancient times until now. If all of them appeared, that would truly be too terrifying. It was hard to say who was weak and who was strong. There was no invincible physique, only an invincible person and heart. In the end, they all agreed with this point of view. Most of the ancient emperors had ordinary physiques, but in the end, they defeated all their enemies. In this era it was also hard to say. Perhaps in the end, an ordinary physique would ascend to the peak and fight all the way to the peak. Looking at the arrival of the Golden Era, how many heroes were buried in foreign lands? How many geniuses were buried on the Emperor's path? I have a feeling that the battle at the end will surpass everyone's expectations, GZUS said. Very soon, strange movements came from the distance. The goddess of the divine race had appeared. She actually found this place, and could be considered peerless in her generation. Beauty, you came here alone. Aren't you afraid of not returning? Pangbo laughed. Shenlong was very powerful. As a member of the divine race, she was rarely seen in this world. Few could rival her, and she had won the title of goddess on the human race's ancient road. At this moment, her expression was tranquil, and she did not approach. She said, I have no evil intentions. I just want to see the human race's divine physique. I am. Jianghu stood up. As expected of a heaven-warping talent. Are you willing to join our divine race? We will help you sacrifice the blood of the divine ancestor to break the last shackle of humanity, and transform into a member of the divine race. Shenlong was somewhat excited. This was definitely a powerful new bloodline that had merged with the great Tao fragments of the primordial gods and devils. If she joined the divine race, the next generation might become even stronger, and there was a chance that she might become a divine master. Marriage between gods would maintain the purity of their blood, and they would become stronger and not weaker. I'm a human, and I don't yearn for the divine race, Jianghu replied straightforwardly. Bloodlines like yours and mine are true members of the same race. Returning to this race with the same bloodline will bring endless benefits to you. We will pass on the true divine king scripture to you, and it is most suitable for our race to cultivate, Xianxia said. Longma cast a sidelong glance at her and said, Aren't the divine race traitors? I clearly heard that they broke away from the human race. They were originally humans, but they call themselves a race. Xianxia did not stay for long. She turned around and left, but her words caused everyone to discuss. Perhaps they should really capture a divine race and take a look at the so-called divine king scripture. Boom! In the distance, the earth shook, and the mountain ridges trembled. The Ji siblings were shocked. That was the trembling of the Void Emperor coffin. Someone is attacking forcefully, and it will most likely cause a huge disaster, Jianghu said. I don't believe they can do anything to the ancestor's coffin. Jianghu blinked her large eyes, but she was not anxious at all. Yifan thought of the people of the Eternal Star region. 100,000 years ago, a few great sage and many fleets bound this coffin with huge chains. In the end they all died. Now that he thought about it, it was related to the emperor-level corpse that the Void Emperor fought to death and entangled for tens of thousands of years. The noise quickly stopped, and the place regained its peace. A few great sage died. Not long after, the Green Phoenix and the Black Bear Saints found out that the three of them had used the great sage's blood to water the 9-layered ancient coffin, and in the end, they all died. Pang Bo sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, Have you opened the 9-layered coffin before? The Ji siblings shook their heads. They had never done so. We don't need to care about these things. We will seclude ourselves here, and whatever happens in the outside world has nothing to do with us. Increasing our strength is the most important thing, Yifan said. He had a hidden worry, and he felt that things would not be so simple. From the ancient mythological region to here, he felt that it was strange. It was best to observe in the dark. Swoosh! On this day, heaven and earth shook, the sun and moon trembled, and all the stars in the sky were about to fall. The bell rang loudly, and purple light surged, almost drowning the divine realm. If the few god elders had not rushed back with the spirit treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram to stop them, the divine realm would have been conquered. The 10,000 dragon bell appeared, and it shone brightly on the other side of the gods. It shook the heavens, and turned into a purple dragon that shattered the void. Ever since Yifan saw the dragon-headed ancient race, he had a hidden worry that the royal family of the nest of 10,000 dragons would appear here. He didn't expect it to be true. The human devil ate their great sage, and the nest of 10,000 dragons moved back to the ancestral planet. Now, they appeared on the other side with the Extreme Path ancient imperial weapon. Isn't it just a life ancient tree? We don't need to care about it. Let's seclude ourselves here. Yifan personally set up the formation and used his original technique to seal the area. He then laid down the heaven-deceiving formation runes that could even deceive the heavens. Naturally, others wouldn't be able to see through it. He took out the Bodhi ancient tree and planted it on the demonic mountain. He watered it with the ancient celestial being's life spring fluid. The tree was green, and the leaves swayed and rustled. Under the Bodhi tree, a group of people sat in meditation, cultivating seriously, and comprehending their own Tao and laws. Other than that, Yifan also planted the ancient Qilin medicine in front of everyone. Its body flickered with purple light, and it was sparkling and translucent. Its fragrance assailed the nostrils, and essence energy filled the air, making people feel even more tranquil. Time passed quickly, and this seal lasted for 30 years. They were isolated from the outside world, comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, tempering their soul bones, and comprehending their own path. Chapter 1450. In the long river of time, 30 years wasn't much, but many things could happen and change a person's life. Over the years, people awakened under the 6-meter Bodhi tree from time to time. The essence of the Kirin immortal herb filled the air, making Yifan, Pang Bo, Jianghu, and the others feel at peace. Tao and laws strengthened their bodies, and the chanting of ancient scriptures sounded from time to time. After 30 years, Longma finally refined the ancestor's divine crystal and obtained the inheritance. Dragon energy surged around its body, and its scarlet dragon scales clanked. It had awakened several times and then went to undergo the tribulation alone. Now, Longma had absolute confidence that it could look down on the ancient path in the universe. As the exclusive mount of an ancient emperor, it had endless potential. After awakening, it merged laws and Tao and refined the ancient ancestors' inheritance crystal, making it powerful to the extreme. After 30 years of seclusion, it reached the 8th level of the Saint King realm, and this was the result of focusing on consolidating its Tao foundation. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. It was definitely one of the people with the most gains. The path of cultivation became narrower and narrower. Every small step forward required a greater price than the previous time. For many people, it was difficult to reach the first level, let alone the 3rd level in 30 years. The most outstanding person in history, Du Mu, was a powerful supreme of the god race. He used 100 years to reach the great sage's impasse realm, shocking the entire universe. However, there was only one person like this in history. Moreover, Du Mu didn't make any progress in his life. He was a legend, but also the greatest tragedy. Everyone thought that he would definitely become an emperor. A legend was a legend because it couldn't be replicated. It was the greatest miracle in the world. Most people took thousands or even thousands of years to become a saint king. Longma's cultivation speed was quite shocking. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the only Du Mu in the world, but it was enough to shock many geniuses on the ancient path. He had been on the star path for more than 100 years. To reach this level, he was definitely one of the fastest. During this process, Jianghu awakened once. After spending 30 years, he ascended 2 levels and reached the 8th level of the Saint King realm. His godly king tribulation was extremely shocking. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and gods and demons howled. Even the dragon horse was shocked. Now, the Ji family's godly body had a great majesty that looked down on the world. It was as if he had transcended the realm of mortals and become the godly king of the heavenly realm. His black hair was thick and messy, and his eyes were overflowing with strands of divine essence. It was extremely blazing, and no one dared to look straight at him. He was not angry, but he exuded an imposing aura. Obviously, he was restraining himself. He had been cultivating rapidly for so many years and didn't want to take too big of a step. There were also 2 tragedies during this period. One of the 12 saints, the Light Clan, had an accident during his enlightenment and turned into a pile of ashes on the spot. No one could stop him or help him. This made people sigh. These were all saint god. Saint of saint. Saint 2 to saint 2 of 2. Saint 2. This made people sigh. These were the best of the best, but their cultivation paths were already like this. It was easy to imagine how much more difficult and dangerous the path of ordinary people would be. Someone once said that survival was the greatest victory. In the end, people of the same generation didn't compete on combat power, but on who could live longer. 35 pure white flowers danced in the air. The living Longma, Green Luan, and the others sent off their dead friends. However, they could only fill in some soil and build a cenotaph. Those of the 12 saints who hadn't perished had used the Bodhi's light of wisdom to illuminate their minds, allowing them to comprehend the true meaning of the Tao and temper their soul bones. The strongest, the 9-tailed crocodile and the golden lion, had reached the 6th level of the Saint King realm. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but they seemed weak compared to Longma and Jianghu. However, compared to their past selves, their results of Tao were actually very shocking. Moreover, it wasn't a problem for them to slowly catch up. This was because the 9th level of the Saint King realm was the greatest barrier, stopping many heaven-warping geniuses. Since the ancient times, it was unknown how many outstanding people had reached the 9th level of the Saint King realm early. However, even after using their entire lives to attack, they still couldn't step into the great sage's domain. This was a dividing line. Those with heaven-warping geniuses who arrived early might not be able to cross this threshold, but those who arrived later might not necessarily be stopped here. For many cultivators, transforming from a saint king to a great sage was like a fish leaping into a dragon. It was the greatest rebirth in one's life. As a result, this was also the reason why the great sage was so high up, able to look down on other saints and not put them in his eyes. Only after crossing this threshold could they be considered the same. If they couldn't, then even if they were at the peak of the 9th level of the Saint King realm, they would still be considered inferior. They were not in the same domain, and there was a fundamental difference. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. A golden figure rushed up. Even though the little lightning phoenix suppressed its realm and didn't want to break through, in the end, it couldn't suppress it anymore and advanced another small step. Its cultivation speed was too fast. The monster god flower was one of the 3 divine flowers in the world, and it had the ability to seize the fortune of the world. It made its soul bone resound, and it had no choice but to advance. In the end, it reached the 7th level of the Saint King realm. This was naturally the result of suppressing it fiercely, or else it might have surpassed Longma and Jianghu. Everyone wanted to seal it and let it refine itself for a few dozen years. Otherwise, they were afraid that it would rush too fiercely and its mental state wouldn't be able to keep up, leading to problems in the later stages. Now, it was the Great Tao that took the initiative to fuse with it, and it was forced to break through. It was hard to say what would happen in the future, so everyone wanted it to restrain itself and not advance. Afterwards, Jianghu crossed the tribulation. There was a myriad of phenomena, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. There were scenes of immortal ascension, as well as the magnificent scene of 10 suns in the sky. It was simply unimaginable. The origin spirit body was different from the others. It fused with the most fundamental things of the world, and even the tribulation was like this. From time to time, immortal light and primal chaos mist would descend and wrap around it. However, Jianghu only took 1 step up to the 7th level of the Saint King realm before the heavenly tribulation ended. This was also the result of self-control. Because she hadn't used the divine demon liquid effectively, God King Jianghu, Yi Fan, and Pangbo helped her calculate. They felt that as an origin spirit body, she shouldn't break through like this, and that she should bring out the greatest value of the divine demon liquid. The origin spirit body linked to the source, and the divine demon liquid contained the most fundamental profundities of the 3,000 primordial gods and demons. She needed to deduce and explore it. Perhaps she could push the great Tao within to the extreme and refine it into one for her to use. Therefore, Jianghu wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she was considering Tao integration. All these years, she had been comprehending this method so that she could reach the strongest in the future. At their level, the increase of a small realm was no longer the biggest problem. What they had to consider was how high their own Tao could reach. This was because almost everyone would be stopped before the great sage. As long as they had enough time, they could break through a small realm. It wasn't a problem. Now, anyone who wanted to fight for supremacy on the Emperor's Road would focus on the problem of battle prowess. How could they become the strongest in the same realm? This was the most important thing. In the distant sky, wind and thunder raged. Demonic chi surged into the sky. Pangbo was roaring, resisting the heavenly tribulation. He was like a 10,000-year-old ancient demon, and it seemed like he could strike down the 9 heavens with a raise of his hand. His eyes burst out with divine light as he evolved his own method in the heavenly tribulation, perfecting his own Tao. His roars echoed through the sky, and when his blood surged, he took out a coffin board and crushed it with his teeth, turning it into essence chi. His expression became even more ferocious. This kid is hopeless. He hates the coffin board to this extent, even when resisting the heavenly tribulation, he has to vent his anger, Longma said sarcastically. All these years, Jianghu and Pangbo had taken out the divine demon liquid and the coffin board divine medicine to share with everyone. Everyone had tried it, and the latter really didn't taste that great. When the lightning tribulation ended, Pangbo passed 2 stages and reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Saint King realm. Demonic chi surged with every move he made, and it was as if dark clouds were pressing down. He emitted an enormous and terrifying aura. With 2 horns, he looks a bit like the demon bull king. Jianghu laughed. Pangbo's figure was truly too huge. Now, he was half a head taller, and the muscles all over his body swelled up. He was like a huge monument, and his bronze body that was over 3 meters tall stood there, making people feel apprehensive. Hee, it seems like this one's harvest is still the greatest. I've advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer. Who can compete with me? Longma, this bastard, swept his eyes over everyone arrogantly, giving off a feeling of seeking defeat at the peak. Let's not talk about others. Just the little guy alone can completely crush you if he seriously breaks through. Pangbo sneered. It had been 30 years, and many things had happened in the outside world. During these years, everyone continuously awakened and crossed tribulations. Especially recently, the Green Luan and Black Bear Saints had gone out to scout, and learned a lot of things. The other shore was filled with an austere atmosphere. Many people had died during these years, and blood dyed the heaven and earth red. However, the divine realm was impregnable, and had never been conquered. During this period of time, the ancient imperial weapon 10,000 Dragon Bell knocked on the door more than once. However, the killing formation diagram of the spirit treasure celestial being drew upon the aura of the 4 killing swords, and blocked all of them. The 10,000 Dragon Bell was swept out of the other shore, and the great sage fell. During these years, the divine realm's prestige had greatly shaken, and the few divine elders were like the sun in the sky. No matter where the wind blew, they remained unmoved. It's a bit strange. I don't believe that the great sage from outside this realm would be willing to give up. I think the greatest storm is about to arrive, and it could destroy the heavens and split the earth at any time. Jianghu said in a heavy voice. Everyone pondered. Perhaps there really was going to be a great change. Yi Fan hasn't woken up yet. What kind of Tao and technique is he comprehending? Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was very quiet. He sat there cross-legged like a divine statue. His appearance was dignified, and he didn't move at all. After so many years, everyone had awakened and crossed the tribulation one after another. Only he remained the same from start to finish, and there wasn't the slightest change. It was as if he had passed away in meditation. If it wasn't for the vigorous aura lying dormant within his body, everyone would have gone up to wake him up a long time ago. Sitting like this for dozens of years was rarely seen in this realm since ancient times. More than 20 days later, under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan opened his eyes with a swoosh. He stood up, and a boundless and immeasurable blood energy surged out. He's awake. He's about to cross the tribulation. Longma said. It couldn't help but sigh. Sitting for 30 years really required a great amount of willpower. However, Yi Fan didn't go to cross the tribulation. He stood under the Bodhi tree, took a step forward, and stretched out his arms. He began to evolve a terrifying Daoan technique. Just the first move made the heaven and earth wail. What technique is this? Everyone was puzzled. But they were well aware that at Yi Fan's level, what he pursued wasn't just the increase in realm, but the path of invincibility. He wanted to comprehend a peerless technique in the world and be unrivaled among his peers. Obviously, he had made some gains during these 30 years, and he began to create his own secret arts and Tao. The completion of the 4 extreme secret realms was a must, and his own orthodoxy also needed sect-protecting secret arts and techniques. Now he was walking precisely on this path. This was the foundation of the path of invincibility, and he had to have his own substantial great technique. Chapter 1451. The bark of the Bodhi tree was cracked, revealing palm-sized dragon scales. It exuded a kind of vigor. The entire tree was emerald green and swayed with light. Its leaves were sparkling and translucent. The Bodhi tree was also known as the tree of thinking, tree of enlightenment, and tree of wisdom. The Buddhists had always regarded it as a sacred tree. It was said that both Amitabha and Shakyamuni had comprehended the Tao under this tree. Seeing the Bodhi tree was like seeing the Buddha. This saying was widespread. In reality, the immortal medicine could live for a long time. It could even be said to have existed since ancient times. It had many masters and had accompanied different great emperors. This Bodhi immortal tree had also been possessed by the archaic emperor and the legendary celestial being before its nirvana. It was just that these old matters were gradually forgotten with the passage of time. Nowadays, when the Bodhi tree was mentioned, most people would think of the Buddhist sect. And now, Yi Fan was also comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. He had obtained the path of the present world and comprehended the invincible fruit. His hands drew an indescribable trajectory. Wind and thunder deafened the ears. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if he was splitting heaven and earth. When this secret technique appeared, heaven and earth trembled. It was as if there was an indescribable creature wailing. All the Taoists in the world bowed under his feet. Without a doubt, this was a wild and unparalleled Tao. However, this was only its embryonic form. In the next quarter of an hour, everything was calm. Yi Fan began to form seals. He was calm and his temperament was completely different from before. What Tao is he developing? Why is it interrupted? I can't see through it. Everyone revealed puzzled expressions and watched attentively. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Yi Fan's hands came together as if he was embracing a mountain. This was the secret technique he had obtained when he first rose to prominence in the past. A black mountain took shape between his hands. This was the embracing mountain seal. When it smashed out, it seemed as if it could crush the stars in the sky, and its might was countless times stronger than before. If it wasn't for the metal origin technique patterns and the dense ancient void formation patterns, it would definitely shock the world and shake the world. After Yi Fan finished practicing the embracing mountain seal, it suddenly changed again. His hands were like capturing dragons. 81 dragons merged into one and coiled around his body. It looked like an ancient Tao sovereign was reopening heaven and earth. His qi and blood surged and emitted an indescribable aura. His life force was incomparably vigorous like a true dragon. This was the true dragon seal, which he had obtained from Wang Teng's younger brother. In the next moment, the true dragon collapsed. His aura changed again, turning into the lord of the human race. He displayed his king's imprint, splitting heaven and earth and splitting the starry river. His palms and fingers shone with boundless brilliance. This puzzled everyone. Was Yi Fan revising the past? With a honglong sound, his right hand became suffused with blood. It immediately enlarged many times, becoming like a heavenly monument. Golden symbols flickered about. With a flip of his hand, it descended. The power was ferocious. It was as if it could overturn the heavens and destroy the world. This was the heaven-flipping seal. Yi Fan continued to perform. 5-colored divine light appeared behind him, and 5 treasured swords cleaved the heaven and earth. Then, the golden treasure trove opened. Clanging sounds rang out, and all kinds of golden weapons danced in the air, breaking through the 9 heavens. When the Great Void technique appeared, Ji Haoyue's eyes flickered and he glanced at his sister. Ji Ziyue, on the other hand, glanced at the sky and ignored him. Bas! When Yi Fan opened his mouth and roared, a Tao diagram appeared. Ji Hao looked at Little Moon. He didn't know how many techniques she had taught him. This was the innate Great Void Qi. This has nothing to do with me. He figured it out himself. Ji Ziyue denied. Yi Fan created all kinds of techniques, from what he had learned in the past to what he had comprehended now. When he used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, everyone's expression changed. It was surging with energy and extreme yang, matching Yi Fan's golden blood qi. It was very suitable for his path. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist turned into 6 ancient universes, evolving all things, covering all living beings in the universe. It was terrifying beyond compare. He's evolving all kinds of techniques. What kind of path is he going to take? What kind of technique is he going to create? He's obviously going to smelt all the ancient techniques into one and create his own great technique. Yi Fan's temperament changed greatly once again. He was boundlessly domineering like a god of war. Even his golden blood qi exploded in a crazy manner. Everyone was stunned, especially Longma, who exclaimed, "Don't tell me he's been possessed by someone from the tyrant blood of the ether?" This was the tyrant fist that Yi Fan had obtained from the tyrant king. Now that he had evolved it, it was obvious that he had obtained its true meaning. It was no weaker than the tyrant body from back then, perhaps even more outstanding. He was boundlessly domineering and peerless. His entire body was filled with a crazy aura as if he was going to sweep through the 3,000 worlds and battle the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the end, Yi Fan calmed down again. He evolved secret techniques, dismantled ancient techniques, and studied their true meaning. Just now, he was like a raging river, but now he was like the tranquil ocean. His aura swept through thousands of miles of waves, heavy and imposing. Under the Bodhi tree, a person continuously evolved his own Tao and technique, from the embracing mountain seal to the origin magnetic divine technique and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, turning them into the most fundamental runes. One technique, one rune. He broke them down, unfolded them, condensed his own technique, and comprehended his own Tao. This was to create an even more terrifying great technique. Yi Fan's movements became slower and slower, but they also became more and more profound. The trajectories were complicated, and although his speed was clearly very slow, it dazzled people's eyes and made them unable to keep up with the rhythm. It was a kind of Tao pulsating. There was a kind of vigorous atmosphere, but there was also a kind of unfathomable abyss-like immeasurability. Boom! He exerted a bit more force and increased the rhythm a bit. The sky collapsed on the spot, causing the silver moon hanging in the sky to tremble and almost fall down. Everyone was aghast. There were all kinds of formations laid out here, from Genesis techniques to some runes of the Great Void formation. Yet they had been pierced through. Such power was truly astonishing. This is a fist technique that combines the heaven-overturning seal, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the 5-colored divine light, the golden divine treasure, and the tyrant fist. No, he is transcending. This is the nirvana of the fist technique, and it has nothing to do with those ancient techniques. He has created his own great technique. Pangbo muttered to himself. He is still in the process of perfecting it. It seems that its power is a bit excessive, but it is most suitable for him. Jianghu's eyes were sharp. He could see the terrifying aspects within and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yi Fan's tremor fist didn't have a fixed form. He could move it according to his heart. One moment, it was hard, the next, it was soft, and the next, it was neutral and calm. The Bodhi tree swayed, and the sparkling green leaves on the tree flickered like talismans. The sound of chanting could be heard, and it was very peaceful. Since ancient times, no one knew how many celestial beings and great emperors had stood under this tree to develop their own techniques and Tao. Now Yi Fan was the same, comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree. Later on, Yi Fan's secret technique gradually became clear, and it evolved into an unparalleled fist technique. He was invincible, and his aura engulfed 10,000 miles. He was like a celestial emperor descending to the mortal world. Every time he moved his arms, it was as if he was pushing the stars in the sky, rumbling and stunning the world. It's not perfect yet. It is still in the realm of perfection, Jianghu said. Celestial Emperor Fist. He has really embarked on this path. Pangbo sighed softly. 60 or 70 years ago, when he and Yi Fan entered the 7 golden cities, Yi Fan had been pondering and developing his own technique. He had once told Pangbo about it. At that time, Yi Fan had said that he had created the Celestial Emperor Fist. Pangbo had even ridiculed him, saying that Yi Fan would use the Celestial Emperor Fist to suppress him. Who would have thought that he would really create it today? Yi Fan's aura became stronger and stronger. There was no fixed form, and it was like there was no law and no Tao. However, it also became more and more oppressive. The heaven and earth wailed deafeningly. It's still a little lacking, Jianghu said. She had a nervous expression because Yi Fan's comprehension this time was very important. It concerned the height of his future achievements. Nowadays, what all the young supreme beings cared about the most was the ranking of their battle strength in the same realm. They wanted to be truly invincible among their peers. Advancing a small realm was not as important as advancing a realm's battle strength. The former could be made up for, but the latter was the foundation. It was difficult to change and needed to be tempered in every way possible. In a certain realm, it was really too difficult to raise one's battle strength without advancing. However, many people wanted to break through the shackles and change their foundation. Whether or not Yi Fan could be undefeatable among those of the same realm, whether or not he could truly become the strongest would depend on this enlightenment. He had worked hard for 30 years and didn't move at all. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of times he had deduced it. If he failed today, it would definitely be a huge blow. Everyone knew that the current Yi Fan was absolutely serious. He had to strive for perfection, suppress the Tao of others, and create a great technique that was most suitable for him. It's been 30 years. Great Golden Snake Langjun, the heaven-swallowing beast, Xianghu, the earth corpse, the great demonic god, and Tian haven't appeared yet. I think they are in closed-door cultivation like us. There will most likely be the most terrifying bloody battle in the near future. That's right. When Yi Fan comes out of closed-door cultivation, I reckon those people will be about to appear. Everyone whispered. Saint Green Luan and Black Bear had already gone to the outside world to understand. Those young supreme beings had been too low-key these years. It was as if they had disappeared from this world. There are rumors in the outside world that great golden snake Langjun cultivated the winged snake soul transformation, leaping through the 9 transformations and almost connecting with the gods. The heaven-swallowing beast might be in the divine demon ridge, devouring divine blood and skeletons. Yi Fan's fist technique seems to be lacking by a thread. It's difficult to achieve perfection and is not completely compatible with his Tao. Jianghu frowned. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan evolved his Tao and technique again and again. The Tao was the fundamental meaning, and the technique was the means to express it. He had already created the scripture. That was the direction of his path. Now, he needed an invincible blade to cut down the thorns, pave the way forward, and eliminate the great enemy. The creation of the Celestial the Arch Fist was the invincible blade he had forged. In front of the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan stood alone. His body moved with his heart, and a single thought moved the world. He displayed the celestial the arch-fist and transformed it into an ancient technique. He was just a little bit off, but he wasn't in a hurry. Finding a compatible technique in Tao was a long process to begin with. This was the path of a cultivator. The Bodhi tree was old and strong. The tree's translucent green leaves swayed like a heavenly book was ringing. Beams of light descended, making Yi Fan even more hazy. He pointed with his hand, and all kinds of light danced and shot in all directions. It actually triggered the entire graveyard of gods and demons. Yes, he wants to read the laws of the world and comprehend the myriad of Daos in the heavens to create a supreme fist technique. Ji Ziyue came to a realization. Countless ancient gods and demons were buried here, and each one corresponded to a type of great Tao. It was said that this was the battlefield of the mythological era. Ancient emperors had participated in the battle, and those buried here were the most terrifying and powerful figures. Were there tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of them? No one could say for sure. There were so many supreme experts, and their blood didn't dry after their deaths. Their bones were immortal, and they formed the divine demon ridge. They stood here, and each of them formed a type of rune. With so many gods and demons gathered here, it was all-inclusive and contained all the laws of the world. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree again. He drew all the runes and Tao to temper the celestial the arch-fist. Chapter 1452. The Zhang 6 Bodhi tree shook, causing the leaves on the tree to rustle. It was as though pages of ancient scriptures were being unfurled. In an instant, it was as though 3,000 years had passed, and he had obtained the Tao and fruit of this life. The chanting of the Buddhas, the chanting of celestial being, seemed to have transcended thousands of eras, resounding beneath the Bodhi tree. It was as though he was describing the beginning of the universe, the birth of heaven and earth. There was only a single figure below the tree. He sat there quietly like a boulder, not moving at all. He didn't rise because of the Buddhas, nor did he rise because of celestial being. At the tip of his finger, there seemed to be a scripture of his own. The ancient scroll was mottled, and as he flipped through it, it entered his forehead and shone on his crystalline immortal platform, forging his own Tao. Yi Fan sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree, comprehending the Tao from the past and present, tempering the true meaning of his emperor's fist, condensing it into eternity. The others were all shocked, because at this moment, all sorts of phenomena appeared. In the distance, the Fiend God Mountain range rumbled, emitting blazing light that transformed into ancient runes that manifested on the various mountain peaks. After that they suppressed this place. Yi Fan comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree, resonating with the scriptures of the various gods and devils. He experienced the Taos of the experts of the legendary era and refined them, allowing his fist art to undergo nirvanic rebirth, transcending above the scriptures. At this moment, all spirits manifested. Different races, different Taos, different laws, all of them displayed different splendor. They were all existences that were revered as gods and devils in the legendary era. Even though there were differences in strength and even their laws clashed, to Yi Fan, they were all precious references and enlightenment. At this moment, tens of thousands of Tao marks interweaved together. Over 10,000 ancient runes manifested, each of them tyrannically towering, divine might unrivaled, truly descending into the world. The gods were howling. The devils were howling. 3,000 ancient runes, 3,000 great Taos, all of them were in the most illustrious position, circulating in the sky. Each of them had a grand aura that could suppress the past, present, and future. The most powerful Tao elements, the most powerful inheritances, the scriptures flowed. It was as though numerous gods and devils were reviving, their true bodies descending. Yi Fan silently sat cross-legged, unmoving like a mountain under the Bodhi tree. Only his immortal platform shone brightly, coming into contact with the ancient runes and tempering his fist art. Roar! Golden blood chi rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head and condensed into a figure behind him. It was exactly the same as him and began to perform the heaven and earth fist again. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than gods and devils. He was like a heavenly emperor, and with a raise of his hand, lightning would flash and thunder would rumble. The heavens would explode, as if everything would be destroyed. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sharp. Every movement he made carried the extreme Tao, possessing matchless divine force. This body destroyed the everlasting, existing forever in this world. As Yi Fan deduced the myriad of methods and condensed his own Tao fruit, there were also people roaring in God and Demon Ridge. They saw through the mysteries of heaven and comprehended their own supreme great Tao. This was an underground sea of blood. The heaven-devouring beast's enormous body floated up and down. For 30 years, it had drunk devil blood, devoured divine bones, and refined the ancient ancestors' flesh into its body. For him, these were great medicines, the unbreakable blood essence and bone splendor that allowed his strength to increase explosively. Of course, he also paid a heavy price for this. Devouring the flesh of gods and devils was a type of tribulation for anyone. It could easily cause one to transform into the great Tao. The heaven-devouring beast almost underwent rebirth in this place. Its original body was in tatters and it almost died. Only after more than 10 years did it recover. It continuously tempered itself and forged a supreme beast body. After so many years, the heaven-devouring beast had devoured who knew how much god and devil blood. It shed its mortal body and exchanged its bones, becoming a new body. Its strength was terrifying to the extreme. It had a type of confidence that it would be unmatched under the heavens. After my flower blooms, all flowers will be killed. When I come out of seclusion, whatever human race's holy body, whatever god race supreme being, I will suppress them all and purge them with blood. This was its confidence. It rose and fell in the blood of gods and devils, carrying out the final transformation. It wouldn't be long before it came out of seclusion and stirred up the world. It was also in God and Demon Ridge. There was an ancient land with corpse energy lingering about. During these 30 years, almost no one had entered. The bloody mist was astonishing to the extreme, and a demonic monk was sitting there. He was an earth corpse. With inconceivable ability, he entered the pile of god and devil corpses that even the great sage couldn't approach. He refined the most powerful corpses from the legendary era and refined them into corpse fiends to refine his own body. He was a disciple of the Amitabha Buddha. After more than 300,000 years, his corpse awakened from ignorance. The Buddhist sect protector heavenly art, the Vajra indestructible body, transformed into a demonic body, completely walking towards the other extreme. In the past, he relied on the Vajra indestructible body to withstand Yi Fan's attack. The toughness of his physique was unprecedented and rarely seen under the heavens. And now, his entire body flickered with black light. It was clear that his physique had become even more powerful. The Vajra indestructible body had been forged into a demonic sovereign body. If not for awakening in this great era, he would definitely be unmatched under the heavens. It was very likely that he would become the most stunning person in the universe, destined to be recorded in the annals of history. He was originally a dead man with reincarnation imprints in his body. After awakening in this era, he had the strength to strive for the top of the ancient road. He could compete with anyone, regardless of who won or lost. And now, the Earth Corpse was one of the most terrifying existences. He could reach the heavens and move the earth. He was well versed in the Buddhist Dharma and understood the demonic scriptures. With the two as one, it was difficult for him to be defeated among those of the same generation. At the place where he was meditating, the Buddhist scriptures and demonic incantations resounded at the same time. His entire body was surrounded by two types of scriptures, extremely powerful and powerful. In another world, thousands of li away, it was also a life and death danger zone. Within the demonic mountain, Xianxia was roaring. His body grew to tens of thousands of zhang, towering between heaven and earth. Demonic patterns appeared all over his body, making him look extremely terrifying. This place was known as the cruelest battlefield in the legendary era. Gods and devils fell here, and countless experts were buried here. Xianxia was the descendant of the gods and devils. To him, there was no other place more suitable for cultivation than this. In this place, he was favored by the great Tao and focused on cultivation. He directly obtained inheritances from the mountains and evolved many ancient techniques that had been lost in the world. Now, symbols appeared one after another. Every single one of them was a type of god and devil. They turned into symbols and melted into his body. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be suppressed to death. However, he was the descendant of the gods and devils. Ancestral blood flowed within his body, and he obtained their approval. He directly obtained the supreme profound mysteries of the great Tao. Perhaps, no one's harvest was greater than his. It was as if the graveyard of gods and devils appeared for him. The inheritances of the gods and devils from the legendary era appeared one after another and favored him. My Tao, my technique, devour the cosmos and engulf the great wastelands. The gods and devils are destined to rule the world and look down on all races. Xianxia roared, scattering the clouds. He was the sole ruler of this world. In these 30 years, too many things had happened. All heroes were stirring up. 100,000 li away, in an ancient forest in the great wastelands, a great waterfall poured down from a precipice that was tens of thousands of zhang high. Boundless white smoke splashed everywhere. In front of the cliff, the great golden snake gentleman spat out divine radiance and roared with all of his strength. Behind him, snake-molted skin appeared one after another. They were all shed from his true body. The flying snake transformed into a divine art. This type of art required the absorption of a large amount of blood and soul. Countless creatures were used to complete oneself, shedding one's mortal body and transforming one's bones into a snake deity. An ordinary snake molted its skin, but the Golden Snake clan molted their spirit. This could be called a transformation of soul power. It strengthened the primordial spirit, and in turn, nourished the physical body. In theory, they had a total of 9 chances in their lives to be reborn, allowing their physical body and primordial spirit to reach the most powerful state and become unrivaled under the heavens. However, the true transformation was not so simple. Being able to succeed once was enough, and it would be considered a heavenly blessing. This was because most of them would fail and even die miserably during the transformation process. It was precisely because of this that this art was so terrifying. It was known as one of the most powerful heavenly art treasures in the cosmos. Those who understood it would all change expressions upon mentioning it. In these 30 years, the great golden snake gentleman underwent a total of 9 transformations. Although he failed 5 times, he succeeded 4 times, which was enough to look down on his peers. It could be called an unrivaled Tao. During the 3rd divine transformation, he had already reached the 9th heavenly layer of Saint King and reached great heights. Unfortunately, even after the 4th successful rebirth, he still could not pass this trial. He was stopped before the great sage realm. However, this was still very terrifying. He could look down on the world. Who among his peers could contend against him? I'm not as good as Big Brother. I've only succeeded twice, but compared to my clansmen, I'm still far above them. The great golden snake gentleman spoke. His eyes were cold as he said in an awe-inspiring manner, Big Brother's divine arts are unrivaled. When he emerges from seclusion this time, he will definitely kill the human race's holy physique and become unrivaled under the heavens. I want to swallow his flesh bite by bite and use his skull as a sacrifice to 2nd and 3rd brother. The young supreme beings ruled over a region. They were all similar. During these 30 years, they had practically been refining their soul bones, forging their bodies, and strengthening their bodies. This was incomparably cruel for those who had ambitions on the emperor's path. Terrifying enemies appeared one after another. The other shore was restless. The great sage plotted to attack the divine realm again. The ancient coffin had already been carried out, so they had no time to worry about the demonic ridge. However, this place might be even more bloody than the divine realm. A violent storm was about to arrive. The metal-eating race, the Copper Ant King, the God Race's goddess, Tian, the great demonic god, the 9-eyed blue toad, the ancient golden Pang. All of them were rising up. A battle between supreme experts was about to begin. At this moment, in the depths of Demonic Ridge, under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan was as calm as before. His body was like a boulder, not moving at all. Streak after streak of demonic gods appeared, turning into the most fundamental ancient symbols. 3,000 great symbols covered the skies, engraving themselves in the void. All scriptures were resonating. 3,000 was just an imaginary number. The great Tao symbols that were truly condensed numbered in the tens of thousands. This was a true meaning that hadn't changed since time immemorial. It seemed to contain all of the Tao. Everything can become the void. Even the world will be destroyed. Can the Tao exist forever? Only when one's own body is powerful can one transcend. Yi Fan's true body said softly. Heaven and earth trembled. Every single mountain peak condensed a symbol, suppressing heaven and earth. It was as if they were forging a long life, condensing eternity. Yi Fan wasn't the descendant of deities, so he didn't obtain any concrete methods or inheritances. He only stirred up endless Tao, experiencing the general direction of all types of Tao. He used this to transcend, allowing his own fist technique to undergo nirvana. Tens of thousands of laws and endless Tao, At this moment, all turned into flames. They burned in the form of ancient symbols. Yi Fan guided them over to refine his fist intent. He used this to transcend, allowing his fist technique to be reborn from the flames and undergo nirvana. He realized the extreme sublimation of a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, obtaining that moment of beauty. The blood qi that rushed out from the top of Yi Fan's head transformed once again. He stretched his body under the Bodhi tree, using the most powerful great technique to sharpen an invincible blade to protect himself. The mountains and valleys resonated. Even the golden origin patterns and part of the void ancient scripture couldn't conceal it. Divine light surged in this area. Even if one stood in the distance, they could still clearly see the roars of demonic gods and endless ancient symbols filling the skies. Tens of thousands of scriptures resonated, rumbling as they surrounded a golden figure that was waving its fist. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast walked out of the sea of blood. It stood on a mountain peak and coldly looked over. Its killing intent overflowed into the heavens. At the same time, the earth corpse opened his eyes and looked into the distance. His pupils were terrifying. This was a demonic Buddha, surging with corpse energy. He took a step forward and officially came out of seclusion. The human race's sacred physique. It's him who is about to appear. Golden Snake Fourth Gentleman growled. He looked at his elder brother and then advanced towards the demonic ridge together. I need a whetstone. The graveyard of gods and demons is my land of inheritance. Competing with me for the Dao fruit, the result has already been decided. Sangu's body transformed into the height of a normal person. Like a demonic lord, he pressed forward step by step. Yi Fan was comprehending the Dao. Many great enemies were approaching. A bloody battle that would greatly affect the present world was about to unfold. Gods wept, demons roared, and the world was restless. It was a sign that the most terrifying storm was about to arrive. Chapter 1453. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan's true body sat cross-legged. Behind him, the human figure formed by blood energy moved. Every time it moved, thousands of scriptures would resonate and stars would appear in the sky. Emperor's Fist Nirvana gradually took shape. Its power had just revealed the tip of the iceberg, but it already moved Pang Bo and Jianghu. This was definitely a powerful secret technique, a true Dao of invincibility. Boom! The illusory Yi Fan punched. Flames surged into the sky. A vermilion bird screeched and flew out from the flaming fist, burning half the sky. Next, his fist shook. His left hand plucked the sun and his right hand formed the moon. He was like an ancient god descending. Light shone everywhere, and his divine might shook the surroundings. The golden heaven source formation and void divine runes were disintegrating. The heaven-deceiving runes also dimmed. The materials used to set up the formation were shattered. This place was about to be completely exposed to the world. Yi Fan has been comprehending the Dao for too long. He hasn't awakened in 30 years. If this continues, there will be changes, Pang Bo said in a low voice. He was afraid that a long delay would bring trouble. Once the formation was broken, there would be no secrets to speak of. It was likely that many enemies would rush over. Jianghu and Zhu worked together to set up the Void Imperial Sutra's formation, but the effect wasn't obvious. The best formation to hide one's aura was the heaven-deceiving runes. Now they were all destroyed. Under the Bodhi tree, Yi Fan's true body's expression was peaceful. The illusory body formed by golden blood energy was like a running lion. Its aura swallowed thousands of miles, and it moved with great momentum. It displayed a supreme fist intent to the fullest, shaking the world. Just a little bit more. I need time. I won't be able to comprehend all the god and demon runes in the sky in a short time, Zhu said in a small voice. She was a bit worried. The figure formed by golden blood energy transformed into a fist art. It was like a piece of iron being tempered in a furnace. He flew into the air and punched out from the tens of thousands of runes. This was a grand scene. Thousands of great Daos and tens of thousands of god laws rang out incessantly. Emperor's Fist Nirvana, surpassing all laws in the world. Pang Bo also paid close attention. The 10,000 Daos of the heavens and all kinds of demonic and divine runes appeared at the same time, transforming into the most terrifying flames in the world. They tempered that fist intent. One moment it was hard, the next moment it was soft, and the next moment it was neutral and gentle. Although Yi Fan's true body was sitting cross-legged under the tree, His body was also emitting thunderous rumbles. His blood surged like a great river, rising and falling like the vast sea, deafening. All types of scriptures began to appear on the surface of his body, engraved with undying imprints. This was especially the case with his hands, which were resplendent and dazzling. Even though his true body didn't move, there was a type of great might that swept through the 9 heavens. Yi Fan was like a human-shaped true dragon that was hibernating, ready to awaken at any moment. Then, he would soar 90,000 li into the sky and look down on all realms, suppressing all enemies in the world. Not good. I feel a terrifying fluctuation. Someone is coming. Hurry up and dig out the Qilin divine medicine. Preserve it well and prevent it from being taken away. The hearts of Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, Longma and the others sank. They felt a vigorous fluctuation of blood energy. A peerless expert was approaching and would arrive soon. In reality, the distant sky was surging like a vast ocean. Violent waves swept over. That was a type of supreme blood energy, vast and immeasurable, as if the 9 heavens were pressing down. Ji Ziyue removed the formation and caught the crystal-clear Qilin immortal medicine that was enshrouded in purple qi. She put it away and concealed the essence of the precious medicine here. What should we do? Yezi still hasn't woken up, and it's not good to put away the Bodhi tree. Yi Fan once said that if there were any changes, we could immediately wake him up. If it really doesn't work, we could directly bring him away. It's been 30 years. His comprehension has reached the most crucial moment and cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, all his efforts might go to waste. Everyone was anxious. If it was according to Yi Fan's instructions, no matter what happened, everyone's safety was the most important and they could directly wake him up. However, they didn't want his comprehension to be interrupted. Let's hold on for a while. I feel that he will succeed very soon. Ji Ziyue said firmly. 30 years of painstaking effort, comprehending the Tao until now. Who knew how many times he had evolved tens of thousands of techniques in his heart? If it was interrupted, it would truly be too much of a pity. It would be a great setback. He's just a sliver away. I believe that Yi Zi will succeed soon. Pang Bo also said solemnly. Let's go all out and hold on for a while. Ji Haoyue's expression was solemn. Now that his cultivation had deepened day by day, he had a type of terrifying might. Ayo! A wild beast's roar rang out, causing the earth to crack. A blood lion appeared on the horizon. Its entire body seemed to be carved out of a blood diamond. Its scarlet eyes were wide open as it stared over here. So powerful. Is this the mount of a certain great sage? Its hostility is too strong. Pang Bo frowned. No, this is a beast king. It didn't choose to cultivate into a human form like us. Longma said in a low voice. They immediately realized that too many changes had happened in the outside world during these 30 years. The number of supreme experts that descended from the outer region had increased. This was clearly a young supreme being from an ancient region. It wasn't Xianghu who arrived first, nor was it Great Gentleman Golden Snake who descended. Instead, it was a terrifying ancient beast that they had never seen before. It was filled with powerful hostility as it stared at the Bodhi tree. This precious tree was too special. Even from far away, they could tell that it was definitely a divine tree. The leaves on the tree swayed, and it was like the sound of sutras being chanted. It was extremely shocking. The blood lion roared loudly and took the initiative to attack first. Its mouth spat out scarlet light that filled the sky. That was a war spear that seemed to have been dyed in divine blood. It emitted the aura of a deity. Kong Chong sounds rang out as it instantly extended for several dozen li. How was this still a war spear? It was simply like a blood-colored mountain ridge. Rather than saying it was stabbing over, it was better to say that it covered the sky and smashed over. Rise! Ji Haoyue went up to face the enemy. The boundless sea behind him surged with tides. A bright moon rose from the blue sea, scattering down bright radiance as it faced the blood spear. This bright moon was like the hand of a god. With a chong sound, it froze the war spear in place. Strand after strand of divine radiance erupted before suddenly exploding. The blood-colored war spear flew backwards and hovered above the blood lion's head. Tens of thousands of strands of chaotic qi poured down, creating a hazy scene that completely submerged the lion's body. Only a pair of blood-red eyes were exceptionally frightening. This ancient beast is so powerful. It has reached the 8th layer of the Saint King realm. It is much more terrifying than the young supreme being we encountered 30 years ago. Longma said. This was just the beginning. Only the heavens knew what kind of experts would come later. This made everyone's heart sink. Perhaps there would be a world-shaking bloody battle today. The blood lion attacked again. It stretched out a large claw and slapped down. It was over 40 li long, and it directly grabbed towards the Bodhi tree and Yi Fan below. Jianghu transformed into a beam of divine light and charged into the sky to face the blood lion. The boundless sea behind him swept up tens of thousands of waves. Any weapon that fell into it would disintegrate. How many moves do you guys think the Divine King will need to deal with this blood lion? Pangbo asked. No matter what, it should be more than 100 moves. After all, this is the strongest expert on the ancient path. As an archaic species, its potential is limitless, Longma said. However, the result was unexpected. Jianghu used the divine physique lineage's unique divination divine art to carry out complex calculations. Then he decisively used the great killing technique. In just 10 moves, Jianghu had refined the void and confined the blood lion. Even though it was only for a short instant, he had accurately grasped the opportunity. He rushed over, and with a pu sound, the blood lion was torn into two. Blood sprayed everywhere. The Divine King's black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like two dazzling bolts of lightning as he swept through the world. His unparalleled divine might was undoubtedly displayed. There was a great momentum that could swallow the 9 heavens as he cleanly tore this beast apart. A powerful young supreme being was torn in half by the Divine King's bare hands just like that. Blood drenched the place. We haven't seen each other for many years. Brother Haoyue's bearing is even greater than before, Pangbo said. Pangbo said, sighing from the bottom of his heart. Back then in Big Dipper, who didn't know about the Ji family's divine physique? His name shook the world, and now, when he walked on the ancient path of the starry skies, his might dominated the world. Suddenly, Pangbo turned around and gazed into the distance. The auras of great enemies appeared one after another. This time, it wasn't just one that came, but a group of people. Jianghu and the others' hearts all sunk, revealing serious expressions. There is actually an undying tree. Inconceivable. It will belong to me. This person was extremely domineering, looking down on all directions. He was the first to stand out. This was a devil ape. It had a humanoid physique, but its entire body was covered in green scales. Its head was like an ape's, and there was a flood dragon horn on its skull. It had a wide mouth filled with fierce fangs, its appearance sinister. Of course, even though it was arrogant, this wasn't what worried Pangbo and the others the most. What they were worried about was that a few powerful enemies from the past had appeared. From the west, the gold-eating beast, Copper Ant King, and 8 or 9 others arrived together. Killing intent surged and thunder shook the heavens. To the south, there was only a single person. This was the Earth Corpse. Death energy overflowed into the heavens. His entire body was pitch black, and as he stepped on the great earth, all of the baleful corpse energy in the divine and devil graveyard entered his body. To the northwest, the heaven-swallowing beast stepped on a sea of blood. It was like a world-destroying beast sovereign, its enormous body suffocating everyone. From the east, Xianxia appeared. As the descendant of an archaic god and devil, he was more sensitive than anyone else in this graveyard. He was the first to hurry over, but he only appeared now. Yi Fan comprehended the Tao under the Bodhi tree, and the fluctuations he produced were too great. 10,000 scriptures resonated, and 3,000 great Tao symbols appeared to temper his fist intent. It startled all of the great enemies in Divine and Devil Ridge. Normally, everyone wanted to kill him, let alone this type of crucial moment. No one wished for him to continue living. Moreover, at his side, there was a type of precious tree that released green light. Its leaves moved about as if they were chanting scriptures. It was shocking, making everyone covet it. I'll go kill one first. Pangbo took action, rushing towards the devil ape. It was because this young supreme expert that descended to the other shore in the late stage had already rushed over. It had never experienced the age when Yi Fan looked down on everyone. It believed that it could show disdain for a region and that it was difficult for it to be defeated. It was the first one who couldn't help but rush towards the Bodhi tree. This was a great collision. It was like a comet smashing into the great earth, stirring up tens of thousands of waves. The brilliance tore apart the sky, making the mountains in the graveyard of gods and devils tremble. Those were the corpses of gods and devils roaring. Pang Bo had cultivated for many years, and he didn't have many opportunities to kill. However, today, his killing intent was like an ocean. A dragon-shaped flame rushed out from the top of his head, piercing through the heavens and earth. He was even more powerful than a god and devil. His Xianxia body carried heaven-overflowing fluctuations as he fought fiercely against the devil ape, clashing fiercely. The violent ape with a wide mouth and fierce teeth had the word devil in its name. This proved how terrifying and powerful its body was. However, at this moment, blood flowed out from its mouth and nose, its 7 apertures split open by Pang Bo. The devil ape seemed to have been crushed by a great mountain. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, 8 or 9 parts of its bones were broken. If he was said to be a human-shaped violent ape, then the majestic and well-built person on the other side was a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Ah! The devil ape screamed miserably. Half of its head was slapped off by Pang Bo's large palm. Red blood and white brain matter mixed together, splattering everywhere like 10,000 peach blossoms. Azure Emperor Seizing Dragon Technique. This was a technique Pang Bo had comprehended for over 100 years. It was a peerless secret technique left behind by Azure Emperor, and it was known to be able to kill the immortal realm's true vermilion birds, dragons, kuan-pungs, and immortal phoenixes. Pang Bo spun around, his right leg sweeping out, hacking the devil ape into pieces. A scarlet rain of blood scattered down, and its body and primordial spirit disappeared forever. Under the Bodhi tree, Yifan still hadn't gotten up. He was as calm as a boulder, comprehending his own technique and evolving the unmatched Emperor Fist, producing an unmatched fist intent. More and more enemies appeared. First Gentleman Golden Snake looked arrogantly in all directions. He crossed over, his eyes incomparably cold. Behind him, apart from 4th Gentleman Golden Snake, there were 8 or 9 others. This was a powerful group. Meanwhile, in another direction, Di Tian, the great demonic god, and Shenlong also appeared, all of their expressions cold. This place was surrounded. The mutant gods and devils, the 9-eyed blue toad, ancient golden pang, white-haired celestial wolf, and others, all of them supreme beings from the other side. Their blood energy overflowed into the heavens, and several dozen people appeared one after another, coldly staring forward.